Man, my question is it time for some people to go to jail or no? Is all I want to know. Like the pictures out, he made it back off the island. We're not disputing that. No water in his lungs, so obviously he was placed there. All of this went down at the judge's house, allegedly. The phone thing, everything, but there's new updates. There's even another friend that came out and had something to say. So I'm Jay Lava. I scour the internet so that you don't have to. We gonna go ahead and kick it off with Sam this time because he gonna segue into the uh, ABC joint with his friend. But go ahead, Sam, bust it down.
Secret Service Sam here with a Nolan Xavier Wells update. And ABC was just at the spot. I'm standing here at the spot where the body was found on that faithful night. And it doesn't the mainstream media understand that none of us care for your acting anymore. They want real independent journalism who talks to them like a real person, not any of this Walter Cronkite situation. Nobody wants that. This woman here says it perfectly. They said nothing. She says the fact that the news keeps reporting nothing but some empty statements is very telling. Where's the facts? Where's the evidence? I don't want to hear any more statements or sentiments, only evidence. All these kids and their parents' phones should be reviewed for pictures, texts, and location timestamps. That will tell the real story. It's not that difficult. They are playing in our faces. And they gave no new information at all. It's just BS. You traveled all that way to basically stand upon that man's soul and just make a mockery of it. Here's what one of his friends, Trayston Shepard, said. They met about the girl, right? Remember the girl? They met that day, and it's kind of one of those things. He did come off that day that he really liked her, but that was the only time they had hung out was at Horn Island on July 4th.
Right.
And people are quick to point out, like, this kid, he's not emotional in this message, and he's saying, I don't understand.
They never are, though. Like, ain't none of them been. And I mean, that's one of the things that's got me looking at this whole thing funny. For somebody to be then died in this situation, man, there's such a lack of emotion going on in this whole thing. Is that just me or what? Like, what's going on?
Everybody's coming after us. He didn't want to show his face on the news. He's like, everybody's coming after us. Everybody's threatening us. Like, look, yes, the way these friends have handled this situation have been piss poor at best. Okay? Like, just come forward, tell the truth, tell what happened. And then everybody's talking about the one video that appears to show a fight. We know for a fact there is more than just that one video. These kids are hiding what happened on Horn Island. It doesn't make sense. His friend Trayston Shepard goes on to say, we all cared and loved Nolan, and nobody wanted to see Nolan die. Nobody wanted to see his life taken so short. He says taken. Was it taken? Or was it accidental? Because words matter.
Yeah, they do.
And I just don't understand why they're not detaining these boys. Why, Alacia Spencer, that woman, even if she's real or fake, it deserves to be investigated. You need to go find out. The police department in Mississippi, is this a real allegation or is it false? Like, what are they taking so much time on? Where is this autopsy? Where? Exactly. We need justice for Nolan Xavier Wells.
And that's why, I was ahead of the curve when I made that medical examiner lady a devil on my Facebook channel. Because she still ain't dropped the joint yet. But I did want to show y'all this performance when he was talking about this Walter Cronkite performance right here at the spot where the very spot where the body was found. Check this out.
From the very spot where the body of Nolan Wells was brought after it was recovered from the water. And his death, his mysterious death, has truly devastated this community. We're hearing now for the first time, Robin, from an eyewitness, a friend of Wells who was with him on that fateful July 4th boat trip.
I just know I've lost my best friend.
This morning, a friend of Nolan Wells, who was with the 18-year-old the day he was last seen alive, is sharing what he says happened during a July 4th boat trip to an isolated barrier island off the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Trayston Shepard declined to speak with us on camera because he says he and his friends are getting threats.
We did no wrong here, and we don't understand how we're getting so much hate behind it. We all cared and loved Nolan, and nobody wanted to see Nolan die. Nobody wanted to see his life be taken so short.
Shepard addressed this viral video that investigators have been studying. Wells's parents worried it showed.
How come none of the people that say they was Nolan's friends act like they was really Nolan's friends? Is that what it is these days? Because I mean, how I would have been acting if one of my homeboys, man, is this the new digital age? Is like it's like very nonchalant, no feelings or something? Like what? That's wowing the hell out of me.
Their son involved in a confrontation, but Shepard said that's him, not Wells.
That's the video I'm referring to. That's me yelling.
Shepard says he took a boat back from Horn Island in the late afternoon, but Wells stayed behind with a girl he had met.
They met that day, and it was kind of one of those things. It did come off that day that he really did like her, but that was the only time they'd ever hung out was at Horn Island on July 4th.
Investigators believe from the...
Do we got a get out situation? Is Katie was the bait? Did she string him along? I mean, that's okay. So based on what we know, because we can't say that he was on the island. See, they trying to put him back on the island like he never left. And that sounds like a fake ass paid friend. They trying to put him back on the island like he never left because that picture came out on accident. I don't believe that picture was supposed to come out. That's why there's gonna be hell to pay. Listen, that picture came out was an accident because they went back to dump his body over there on the joint, right? But he got off that island because that his mama said that his Life 360 was on the island and back off the island, and the Life 360 showed the time when you do everything. Right now, I can see all three of my children wherever they are, doing whatever they are, and when they're going to tell me when they show up and how fast they was going and all of that. And if they like go out of service or something like that, like say for instance, if they went to the island, the phone would show like the last place in the water that it probably has signal. So if like they was moving out to the island, and whenever the signal lost, it'll stay right there until she moved back and go back wherever. But I at least know, oh, she over there on the island. If the joint never moved back, she ain't go nowhere. But anyway, hold on. Let me let him. Oh no, he was done. He was done. This I thought was funny. How they always asking us, is it about race?
Do you think race might be a factor?
Right? And I only played that like that because he got that funny little music behind it. So I wanted to skip that part so I can get to the good part.
So you telling me you're in Mississippi, where the same place where they had almost 1,000 lynchings, right? You don't want to pay attention to race and race dynamics and all of these things, but now your son is dead, and now you have to bury your son. Just think about this, right? If I was somebody who was going to rob your house, and I had to have one influence over how I rob your house, and I can tell you one thing, I would probably tell you to leave your door open. So I would think racist people would tell other people, don't worry about race. Race is not that important. Don't think about it too much. It's not that big of a thing. So it'll be easier to make sure your kid is floating in a lake somewhere. Right. You know how race does play a role in this situation? Even if you take the 3 white boys out. Because if it was 3 black boys that mysteriously went out with a white kid and came back with no white kid, understand they'll be already in the interrogation room.
But this the real thing though. I don't know if y'all know, but there's been 3 black people that actually went drowning by the hands of white people on the 4th of July. There was another black man, and there was this little girl. The little girl story is crazy because hold on, let me see if I downloaded the I got somebody that was talking about it. I did want to touch on it for just a second. But yeah, we got a whole another one, man. Like in addition to these two, there's more. And I'm trying to figure out, ain't nobody learned to not let your cheering go with them folks? Like nobody's learning that. Listen to this, y'all.
That I'm coming to you with another story of a young black child who drowned while in the custody of white people. Jerry, who was described as a neighbor, took Angelique on a recreational boat ride at nighttime. They left from the Menke Marina, which is in Jerusalem, Ohio, along with a 36-year-old man named Jonathan Chia. They took this child out at 10:30 at night. Less than 15 minutes into this boat ride, Angelique went missing. Apparently, her and Jonathan both went into the water somehow. And Jerry, she swam to shore. She called a friend for a ride, and she never called 911 or notified the mother. After Angelique didn't return, her mother called 911. On July 2nd, Jonathan's body was found by a boat that was passing by. On July 5th, they recovered Angelique's body. And both deaths were just ruled an accidental drowning. When Jerry was arrested on July the 3rd, she was charged with a misdemeanor child endangerment. Wow. Although it was upgraded to a felony, she was released on a $50,000 bond. Damn. And she's pleading not guilty. She made it to shore safely. Never thought to call 911 about this baby. I can't even believe that I'm coming to you with another story of a young...
I don't know if y'all knew about that. That's just one I had in the logs as I was doing my scouring here on these said internet streets. And I'm just like, hey man, come on, man. Come on, man. I got all of these kawinky dinks. It's just mad kawinky dinks, right? Please tell me something different. My guy kind of say it though. Especially like when it comes down to Mississippi and just people in general. And obviously, you know, we don't speak in absolutes, but a vast majority.
He might have thought he was one of their own. His parents might have thought that he was in the group. They may think that they're in the group, but you ain't. And that young man wasn't. Because in America, especially in rural, white, southern Mississippi, black people are the others. They are treated as the others. They are viewed as something other than us, other than human. Even in situations like this where you may be getting free meals, you may be the star of the football team, you may be getting invited to go on boats and go fishing. Yeah. You may be getting your meals paid for, your plane tickets paid for by white people, but when push comes to shove, if you end up face down in the water, whether you were killed or you accidentally drowned, they're going to rally around each other. They're going to protect the group, even if it means you don't get justice.
I mean, it can't be no plainer than that. I hate to be the one to break it to you, but it can't be no plainer than that. Sometimes when they just come right on out and say it, you just gotta go on right ahead and listen, because he's telling you the truth. I done watched a couple of his videos and he speaks with such conviction, like he know them folks. Hell, like he participated, like he partaked. You know what I'm saying? I don't know the man personally, but man, did y'all know the judge though? Man, they got the judge, the female, who I told you was narcissistic and was trying to jump in front of the case and trying to help her little son Warren out. You know what I really think is this, y'all. I think that Warren and them did that, you know what I'm saying, and they kind of lied to their mom, and like she don't really know what they did right away, you know what I'm saying? But then after she done found out, like it's all out right now, like she done found out, and then she trying to like remove herself or any involvement. She should have just shut it up. I think it was because of the judge and it was because of the sheriff that were so blatant in the beginning, like him with the ain't no foul play, and then her with the statement right off the bat before the body was even discovered. Well, now that we know in 2020 hindsight, they had the phone and all of that and all of that. I think, man, I think it's a little bit more stranger than the truth is on the fiction side of the game. But this is what they talking about on Ashlee Cole, though. That's the judge's name.
There's currently a movement or petition over on Facebook to get Ashlee Cole written up for violations for things she said and done publicly in regard to Nolan Wells in this case. Yeah? Tell me more. So over there on Facebook, someone named By Don is instructing us to take the advice of Jane Tucker. Now, Jane Tucker is a lawyer and friend of Ashlee Cole, who's licensed in the state of Mississippi, and Jane says that we should file a complaint against Ashlee for her clear violations of Article 6, Section 177A of the Mississippi Constitution, the Code of Judicial Conduct, and a Memorandum of Understanding.
I scoured, I heard that, and basically the grounds for that is that she's lending her office as credibility when making statements out front as into, ruin any potential further jury selection or anything like that, just right off the bat. Like she should have shut it up. That's how I know she a narcissist and she like to control stuff, because she jumped the gun too soon. But that's what this statute's about.
The link to do so is right here in blue near the bottom of the status. It's www.judicialperformance.ms.gov/filing-complaint. So apparently Jane Turner got wind of what Don was over there doing on Facebook and is trying to retract her statement and take back what she said. If you look at the bottom where it says update, Jane Turner says her comments were taken out of context. Jane told several people before deleting her comments to report this judge. Everyone who called out Ashlee Cole's actions as unethical, she responded with, file a complaint, report her. Now she's saying her friend did nothing wrong. See, Jane thought we would take her comments as a joke. We took it as a call to action, and now we're all filing complaints. I don't know if Jane was joking or not, but I'm filing. Want to file with me? Here's the site again, www.judicialperformance.ms.gov/filing-complaint. Here's the site again, www.judicialperformance.ms.gov/filing-complaint. Here's the site again, www.judicialperformance.ms.gov/filing-complaint. Let's all file complaints together, shall we?
I like that. I knew that was coming, and I practiced that a little bit earlier to be able to snap the number back a couple times. Yeah. Oh, they always trying to control the narrative. You know what's up. You already know what's up. But they didn't expect none of all of this to come through. Now, I think there was another person that just signed on to give some money to the legal fund. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was it that comedian dude that outed Bill Cosby? That's who it looked like in the picture that I saw. And, I'm definitely do a side out of that. But, if that's your redemption to try to get back in the Black community is by spending your paper towards a noble cause, I hear you out. Putting your money where your mouth is. I hear you out. You still under the microscope. You still under the 8 ball. You don't just wash your way back in the Black community. But I hear you. My man said there's more questions than answers, though. And I'm like, yeah, he had the right one. So you know how I do.
Somebody asked me a question. They said, do you believe that the cops are in on all the lynchings that have been taking place over the last 10 years? And I'm like, absolutely. Absolutely. You got to remember that we're living in a surveillance state, y'all. like in a surveillance state, meaning that there's cameras everywhere, there's microphones everywhere, there's technology that's recording stuff right now. The things that I'm saying is not only being recorded by my phone, it's probably being recorded by my vehicle and any other system that is around here. And you're telling me that there's no video feed, there's no audio feed, there's nothing showing these lynchings. Nothing letting us know that any of this stuff is going on. They can't find footage, they can't find video, they can't find DNA, they can't find anything that connects anyone to these lynchings, to these public lynchings, to these night crusades, all these things where people go missing and come up dead. Yes.
And then it's the thing too. Didn't I just do a story about all the mass white dudes that was on Washington D.C.? Where y'all think they go back homes to all of these places where all of this little crap is happening? And the reason why they was covering their faces because they're your deputies, your sheriffs, your law enforcement, your judges, all of that. Every bit of it.
We're in a surveillance state, and yes, many of the authorities are part of it, whether it's the police officers, whether it's EMTs, whether it's judges, whatever it is. They are associated with a lot of these things. There's no way you can cover this stuff up unless you have some type of connection within this system.
So like his judge's mom and all the favors that she's able to call from everybody throughout all the departments, that she's been a judge for a while, been there. You know how people act about the judge and all of that. Boom, 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 boom. I don't want to hear it. But just keeping the parallel between these two situations, this came up with a very good point.
Two young black men, two different states, both in predominantly white spaces, and both found in bodies of water. And both families say the same thing. They knew how to swim. And that's why the cases of Joseph Smedley and Nolan Wells isn't adding up for most people. Joseph Smedley was a 20-year-old Indiana University student whose body was found in Bloomington's Griffey Lake in October 2015. Officials ruled his death a suicide by drowning. He was discovered with a backpack filled with rocks, and investigators closed the case as a suicide. His family has spent years fighting that conclusion. Joseph himself even put on his Twitter account that he was not suicidal. Nothing is adding up to his family. Not the backpack, not the fact that he made plans with a girl, not the fact that he was last seen with his frat brothers before he went missing, not the fact that his car wasn't operating. And
hold on, man. I ain't never hear the detail about the backpack full of rocks. Nigga, are you kidding me? See, at that point, man, it needs to be some other type of justice implemented. You understand what I'm saying? That is plain ridiculous. Not the backpack with the rocks in it. Jeez Louise.
Seen with his frat brothers before he went missing. Not the fact that his car wasn't operating. And somehow he was found miles and miles away from his apartment. Now fast forward to 2026 and we have Nolan Wells. Nolan Wells, an 18-year-old college football player, disappeared after a 4th of July trip to Mississippi's Horn. With the stories, nothing's adding up. And also, they have not ruled out the fact that race might have played a role. Same with Joseph Smedley. His family has been very vocal and outspoken about how they feel like it was not handled properly because he is a black young man. What do you think? Two young black men, two different states.
That's 3 cases, y'all. I'm going somewhere with this. That's 3 cases, y'all. And sis say it's just one reason. This is a tough one. I'm not like this no more. I used to be like this, so I can understand. But she's totally right.
Stop sending our black and brown babies with these all-white groups. As someone who has a lot of cultural competence training, it's my duty, and I don't care, to be culturally competent and tell black people, stop giving white people the benefit of the doubt. No, sometimes we're too nice, we're too understanding, we're too empathetic. But the reality is, they don't give a fuck, bro. They passing that shit down to their kids. And unfortunately, we don't believe in instilling hate or fear in our kids' hearts and minds, but everyone isn't kind.
That right there, when she said that, that kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, I thought it, you know, like, even me growing up, man, my mom and dad didn't tell me, you know, don't mess with white people, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, they ain't never tell me no nothing like that. But yet still in life, I got into a whole bunch of situations where I found out where you shouldn't really be dealing with them folks like that. Like, folks got to really prove they down and they F with you for you to do it like that, you know? But that's, and because of a lot of us wasn't built grew up like that, we tried well, not me, but most people tried not to inform their kids of the ills and the situations and all of that that's going on. That was one thing I was really big on, you know. Matter of fact, I remember when we talk about this one thing, I remember a time when my two girls, right, they had this little white friend downstairs that had this little brother, right? And you know, I used to tell them, boo, 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 blah, 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 watch yourself, this, that, and the third. And so one day they came at me and they told me, this was a great teaching moment. They told me, they came back upstairs, they was mad a little bit. I'm like, what happened? And they was like, yeah, we just stopped talking to old girl because she was, you know, acting kind of funny. Why this little girl wrote a letter to them calling them niggas and shit like that, right? They was kind of hurt and this type of shit after that. And I had to explain to them the whole scenario, because when they went downstairs to go play with her, they would kick it, and then her little brother, you know what I'm saying, be handsy and hitting and doing all of this. And then when they try to check him, like, she get mad, like she could, like, they couldn't check her little brother for doing what they was doing, and they was like, nah, like it ain't happening like that, dad. But then when she had wrote that letter calling them all type of names, and they was hurt, I had to sit them down, and I had to understand. It was sad. I was like, listen, that's what her mama and her daddy teaching her about how to disrespect people of our color, black people. Like, they don't rock with black people like that, and you can tell. You got to be aware of who is rocking with you like that. I'm like, it's pretty oppressive for your friend to allow her little brother, you know what I'm saying, to mess with y'all and then get mad at you when you want to stand up for yourself. You know what I'm saying? And like, that's not somebody you should want to be around, you know what I'm saying, if they can't protect you. You know what I'm saying? And they learned that lesson really early. Now I got to deal with my 12, 13-year olds. Like, she on this um what you call anime, you know, K-pop, this, that, and the third. You know, she go to a school that's probably predominantly Mexican, I would say. I mean, it's some black students in there, but it's real Mexicano. But she, you know, she didn't already got in, got the little white friend. Matter of fact, this is the same white friend she asked to go spend overnight over her house. And after looking at her parents and all that, I was like, hell no. But then she found out that because the little girl was talking about her behind her back because her locks and this, that, and the third. Like, these kids is out here learning these lessons. Like, the whatever these parents is teaching their children, they are exhibiting that out in the world early. And y'all know, y'all didn't had some of that happen to y'all when y'all was a shorty. I remember, I mean, the first time I guess somebody was racist to me blatantly in school, I didn't even really understand what he was talking about, but I knew I didn't like what he said because all the little white boys said it was funny. But he said, I'm in California, is on it, and keep up the great job. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for sure. Man, listen. When I was a shorty, the first time a dude said your mom is a Hershey bar, and everybody started laughing. Now, of course, they was all white, but I didn't even know what he was talking about when he said that. I ain't know what he was talking about. He said your mom's a Hershey bar. I mean, it wasn't until later I realized, you know what I'm saying? And this is in Blue Island in Chicago in the suburbs. So you should already know Chicago is one of the most segregated places in the country. Right. But I mean, there was other situations coming up as a kid too. Like, I'm pretty sure everybody on here that had a little situation like that. For real, for real. Let me let her go ahead and cook out.
They may act nice, but they aren't kind.
Right.
We need to protect our black babies, period. Hate me if you want. If you see a black and brown child, a minority.
Oh my God. Now let me tell you why I knew she was going there. I was trying to get a sister the benefit of the doubt to see if she was on some black first. But as soon as I seen a little bit of the studdish behavior, I knew there was going to be some multicultural. We need to look out for everybody. Don't give me that starting off talking about protecting our black babies, this, that, and the third. Now you want to add brown and minorities. Now it's probably going to be queer too. Hold on.
In a white group, just be more vigilant.
She damn near wanted to say queer too. But you know, she ain't the only one to do that. Everybody do that. Everybody talks about all of our pain and trauma to add it up, right? And then as soon as they add it up, when you really feel it, oh, that's messed up, they drop somebody else in there to tag it right on along. I can't stand that. I don't know about y'all, but it chaps my hide each and every time. You said you just came from Blue Island this afternoon? Yep, I used to live over there on the 125th and over there by the railroad tracks, the apartments down there by the railroad tracks. I used to go to Kennedy Park, I think it was, where the little pool at. I used to eat Beggar's Pizza, nigga. You know about Beggar's Pizza, cuz. I used to go to Kerr Middle School and Paul Revere grade school. Yep. Little Blue Island, dog. Little Blue Island, man. I know where you tapping in from. Yeah, man. Send me some Harold's chicken, nigga. Straight up. Dry ice me some Harold's, man. I need some Harold's, dog, in my whole life. You know what? Speaking of that, though, like, have you ever had Uncle Remus? Because for so many years, man, as a Southsider, I ain't know about Uncle Remus on the West Side. And my ex-wife, we went to like one of her uncle's funerals or something like that. And we was on the West Side and we want some chicken. And we got some Uncle Remus. And that sauce, man, you can't compare it to Harold's, but that sauce is 5-5. I really need to go back just to get some of that, just for the chicken, for real, for real. Go holler at my cousin and all, but yeah, man, I'm Chicago, man. I also live in Memphis for a long time too, for like a year and a half, 2 years, in Orange Mound, Tennessee. That's where my daddy from. Yes, sir. But she just killed me. She killed the whole vibe with the multiculturalism. Like, I don't want to hear that. Because now she's going to go right back to black people for impact. Check her out.
Be more vigilant. Not saying go confront them, ask them if you can. Ask them if they okay, or we have a cultural look where we look at each other and be like, you good? You okay? You know, we got to look out for each other.
Well, see, now you're wrong there because everybody does not have that cultural look. Again, I told you she was going to go back to black. Everybody don't got that cultural look because when you look at certain other people, they just got that little grin and keep it pushing. That's all people. They don't speak.
because this is insane. This is insane. It's sad, it's heartbreaking, and unfortunately, we still are living in times where we are getting targeted, hung, lynched. Seeing all
See, that's what I told you she was gonna go back black. And this is what I said. Those things ain't happening to the other peoples. That's why I don't like when they add them on. Here you go talking about the things that happen specifically for us. I don't need you lending that out. You tripping. Straight up.
of these stories that I wasn't aware of ignorantly.
And they all involve black people, not people of color, not none of that.
It's I can't believe we still getting hung in 2026.
And you ain't seen no Mexican nobody get hung at all. They all been black. That's what I'm talking about. And even with this Nolan Wells situation, we know he got a little Asian in there. We don't even know, if the verdict is out on if his dad is FBA or not. I mean, the way he talk, he sound like old country Mississippi nigga. But that could easily be a foreign accent too, because he's super black, and he got our bald head, so we can't check that hairline, right? But nevertheless, black people out here speaking up, because that could easily be one of our sons, and this, that, and the third. Where the Asian people at? Have you thought about that? Have you thought about that? Yeah, Orange Mountain was the first. I went to Melrose. Boy, the first day I showed up at Melrose, dude, coming from Minnesota, like, mixed with white and Hmong, and everybody just mixed. Minnesota's mixed as hell. Man, showing up, I learned real quick about Memphis, my first day in school. My first day in school, for some reason, I had an extra pair of shoes or something that I want to wear for gym. And I went to the office and put my shoes in the office. First day of school. Came back from the first day of school, my shoes. To the office, my shoes was gone. Somebody took my shoes. First day of school. But I ain't never really have more fun in school ever than when I went to school in Memphis, boy. I'm telling you. I was in the band too. All black. Look, the principal, he was a black dude. He was one of them. Come here now, boy. One of them. He was a character. He used to sip a little bit too, because he was always chewing gum, trying to hide the smell. But man, all black teachers, all black. I did have one white teacher, and she taught history, and I hated that fucking class. Talking about Constantine and Constantinople and all of that. And I ain't give a crap about any of that. My science teacher was a black man. That had this other teacher. Oh my God. Ooh wee. That's right. That maroon and gold, fam. You know what I'm talking about? I was in there. My band leader was Mr. Hope. Mr. Hope, boy, man, being in a band in the South, man, practicing every day in the bleachers, the old school niggas sneaking little wine and shit so you can play and warm up and shit. Oh man, it was a time, man. Memphis was a time. It's a very time. Matter of fact, I ain't even been back to Memphis since I was a shorty, man. I ain't been back to Memphis since I was a shorty at all. And I got good family down there. My whole side of the family down there. Cousins, uncles, all that down there. Well, actually, I don't have any uncles left on his side. unfortunately. I had one, Uncle Charles, rest in peace, Uncle Charles. He passed earlier this year. Matter of fact, yeah. Uncle Charles, the coolest dude you will ever want to meet in your whole lifestyle. Word to Uncle Charles right now. Anyway, moving right along. Y'all know how I get. It'll be story time in just a minute. But old girl was talking about the autopsy. Why the autopsy ain't came out yet? What's up with that?
Jackson, Mississippi, medical examiner's office, and the sheriff's department. Pull up a chair, because y'all need to hear this. It has been a week as of today since Nolan Wells' body was recovered from the shores of Horn Island.
Right.
And y'all have already done y'all autopsy. Now, I get it, toxicology reports and all of that. But this case is of high public interest, and so it should have been expedited. Pushed ahead of whatever cases were already in process to get this information out quickly, because it's in high public demand. And if y'all think y'all gonna wait until after Ben Crump and the family release their independent autopsy so that y'all could go ahead and click and delete whatever it is that you was originally going to put out there to try to make it match up and align up with theirs, and we going to let that slide as the public, I'm here to let you know, we the people are not going to fall for it. Y'all need to drop y'all autopsy report before Ben Crump and the family drop theirs, because we want to see what y'all saw so we can compare notes once they drop theirs, and we can see what's what. Because right now, all of your movements, they're shaky and shady. Y'all think keeping this information out of the public eye is doing some type of justice for the case, and it's not. Sheriff Ledbetter, you out here talking to the Associated Press, telling them that the friends are cooperating, but you can't answer their messages and respond to them when they ask you what you have to say about the family's concerns, because they have real concerns and grievances with the way that this case is being handled. And you're mum's the word? Yeah, we watching. We watching, and we ain't going nowhere. We want that autopsy today. If not today, tomorrow. And we want it before Ben Crump and them drop their autopsy on Nolan Wells.
You dig what I'm saying? Uh-oh, hold on. I got to stop that. Oh, no. Stop it. I can't have that. Oh, my God. They're going to take your revenue, boy. They're going to give it to James Brown. Oh, no, Lord, I can't have it. Anyway, moving right along. Everybody think it's some BS in the game, right? Everybody think it's 10:30. Now this was I was doing a little deep dive into like some of these friend groups of them and some of the people that swear they know them and that they that they was in a little friend group. This was a phone call. This was a recorded phone call. One that's supposed to be in the friend group. They got the captions on.
On Wyatt. We got out to the island around like 10:30. Everybody was hanging out, having a good time. And then it came time to leave. And so Wyatt was like, Nolan, get on the boat. Like, come on, we're leaving. And Nolan was talking to that girl, Katie McCormick.
Hold on, don't that look like how his hair looked in the photo?
And Nolan was talking.
That definitely looked like the same person that was in the photo. I'm just saying. That looked like the same. That take the shirt off. That was the same dude in the pool. But go on.
To that girl, Katie McCormick, and he was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go back." I'm like, "Go off." TikTok only lets you send 1 minute video.
I know.
But he was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go back with Katie. We'll be right behind y'all. We were all going to the same house, the same place." He was like, "I'll be right behind y'all. Y'all go ahead without me. I'll see y'all. Like, I'm literally gonna be right behind y'all. Whatever." So, Wyatt and all them left because they were like, "Okay, he's just gonna go with Katie, whatever." Well, then everybody got back in, and we were all at Ava's house, and Wyatt was like, "Where's Nolan?" He was like, Is he coming with Katie and them? And they were like, yeah. And Warren was like, let me call him and ask where he is. Or Warren was like, I have his phone. Like, somebody called Katie and asked where he is. And then they called Katie.
They don't even notice.
And that's when they found out that that no one ever went with her either. She said that.
This sounds like a bunch of bull crap. To me, this sounds like a bunch of bull crap. It sounds like they sound like they trying to cut. They just putting out BS to cover up. You hear what she said? Because at first they wasn't saying Katie's name like that. At first, Katie's name wasn't even in there. Then Katie's name, but Katie said he told me he was going to get back up with them. So now they trying to ping pong and get it. I think this is just all an attempt to get it off the boys, orchestrated by the stepmom. That's my opinion.
No one ever went with her, and so no one knows what happened. Like, literally no one knows what happened to him, and it's so fucking heartbreaking. It's sick.
So you saying everybody didn't know Nolan? He holding trophies. He was at the packed out stadium doing football, doing touchdown dances. I don't know. Okay, more and more though, the jealousy more and more the jealousy stands out because what he was finna go get into and how he was already just super dope and he was probably knocking down Katie's left and right. And they was like, we're gonna get him, man. I was supposed to have babies with Katie, man. That was my girl, man, my chick. So I'm thinking a lot of this. That's right, Tanya. Justice for him. He said, why if he's getting threats now? This one, it's all, hold on. Let me just hear what she got to say. Let me go back a little bit.
Really, no one knows what happened to him, and it's so fucking heartbreaking. It's sick that people are sitting there blaming that on Eric and all them, like his childhood best friends. Like, it's sick.
Girl, you don't even sound like it's bothering you at all. It is sick. Them little Mayo tears, girl, if you don't get up out of here with them.
And none of them would ever do that to him. And, like, people are literally texting me, like, threatening me and shit. It's like, I don't know, it's just so upsetting.
It's just so upsetting.
Shut up.
It's so upsetting. I don't believe, man, that sounds so unbelievable. Like, if there was something not to believe, it would be that, what she said. Because that ain't it. That ain't it right there. It was a piece about Nolan's friend on the interview he gave, but I wanted to kind of dive a little deeper into that. So hold on real quick. Let's see what this is about.
I just know I've lost my best friend.
This morning, a friend of Nolan Wells, who was with the 18-year-old the day he was last seen alive, is sharing what he says happened during a July 4th boat trip to an isolated barrier island off the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Trayston Shepard declined to speak with us on camera because he says he and his friends are getting threats.
We did no wrong here, and we don't understand how we're getting so much hate behind it.
For decline.
That's what I wanted y'all to see. That's what I wanted y'all to see, what he looked like, what the dude was looking like. Because somebody his face, what there's like he declined to be on camera, but the other one didn't have his face. That's why I grabbed this video. Because this is who we listening to. Now look at Cuz right there. Do you think there's a reason why he might say it's not about race? I'm just saying. Is there a reason why you think Cuz right here might say that it's not about race? I think so.
To speak with us on camera because he says he and his friends are getting threats.
We did no wrong here, and we don't understand how we're getting so much hate behind it. We all cared and loved Nolan, and nobody wanted to see Nolan die. Nobody wanted to see his life be taken so short.
Shepard addressed this viral video that investigators have been studying. Wells's parents worried it showed their son involved in a confrontation, but Shepard said that's him, not Wells.
That's the video I'm referring to. That's me yelling.
Shepard says he took a boat back from Horn Island in the late afternoon, but Wells stayed behind with a girl he had met.
They met that day, and it was kind of one of those things. It did come off that day that he really did like her, but that was the only time they'd ever hung out, was at Horn Island on July 4th.
Investigators believe Wells drowned and say there were no immediate signs of foul play. But there is growing frustration in the community, and his parents are skeptical, telling GMA Wells left his phone behind and they tracked it to one of his friends.
It was showing everywhere the phone had been, I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land.
The sheriff said the parents have not turned over the phone to investigators. Their lawyers said they will. While the investigation goes on, Trayston Shepard wants the focus on his friend.
I want everybody just to relax and let everybody mourn the loss of Nolan, and let us remember him as in like the sweet guy. I think everybody needs to let the investigation continue and let the facts be shown.
Man, what teenager talk like that? That's sus as hell. If that don't sound like a scripted statement, I don't know what is. Come on, cuz, what you doing? Huh? What you doing, fam? I think everybody just need to let the investigation and you let the fact. Don't no kids talk like that. College or whatever. Not when your homie done died. All of this rational thought and all of that, I ain't feeling that. That's crazy. Did y'all know that Nolan had big brother? I was gonna play it, man, but he cussed too much, man. He cussed too much, and I be trying to salvage some of my little revies. See, and I hate that, man. I hate that they do black creators like that, man. Well, I got to be cautious on the type of messages I want to put out, because his brother said he headed over there to see what's up, what's popping. Look, he looked like him too a little bit. He looked like him. That's Nolan Wells' big brother. So he say. Last time I put somebody on here said that they was their brother, people was like, he ain't got no damn brother. He got clout Jason. The judge intimidated Shepard and Javon. I would have believed so. Listen, just like the people in the Carmelo case. I'm sorry to say, but Carmelo gone. And them the ones that's gonna have to deal with the consequences around there. So I could see why it would be easy for them to flip and dip on Carmelo. Plus he black. It ain't like they held no real true loyalty to him anyway. But I can definitely see the judge lady doing that. All right, screw it, y'all. I'm gonna just play it. I might have to go back and post and cut it out. Because I think he's saying the F word too many times in a row. But they be on it.
Dudes that did that shit to my brother, it's cracking. I'm already linking up with somebody that said they was there with him. I'm meeting up with him tonight. They got me fucking know where the fuck they I need their whole because we ain't going out like that. Like, what the fuck? I'm hearing all these hangings and drownings and shit of our kind, and I don't know what the fuck going on. But I'm his brother, and I just gotta say that you motherfuckers got coming. Fuck. I hunt for y'all every night. Fuck. Sleeping around this bitch. You talking about? When I find out what the fuck is nigga, nobody's fuck you mean. Hit this. When I'm finding.
Is that his brother, y'all, for real? That's not his big brother. Same cloud check. That's the same dude. Don't tell me I got again. That's the same dude, cuz. You know, I do so many videos, man, and I don't be remembering the faces and shit. Like, man, that's the same nigga, man. I'm gonna have to go back and check the files, man. God damn it. Damn it. I got. I feel real bad. Because I try to keep some journalistic integrity here. But see, that's why we got smart individuals like yourself in the chat to keep me on track. And shout out to, I forgot who it was the other day that gave me a little tighten up in the comment section. Listen, I'm not above reproach, you know what I'm saying? I'm not perfect and I'm not divine. And I do mess up sometimes. So if you see a player slip, don't trip to hit me on the hip. You know what I'm talking about? Moving right along. This Buster, little clout chasing ass Buster. What provoked? The internet's a strange place these days. Some of the things that you think people just wouldn't do, niggas be doing it with no shame. Like, that's like a no shame. Damn, that's the same damn dude. Thank, man. I appreciate you, fam. See, I got my folks. See, that's what it takes. I got my folks looking out for me, so I don't be out here on the goofy side of the game. You understand what I'm saying?
Let us remember him as in like the sweet guy. I think everybody needs to let the investigation continue.
Don't know.
And let the facts be shown.
Shepard has spoken with the police guys, and the sheriff told us that both he and all of Wells's friends have been cooperative. We're still waiting on the results of the official autopsy and the independent autopsy. The family has...
How is that, too? How is that? How far does Cuz's mom's reach go? Just because they took it to Washington, D.C., doesn't necessarily mean nothing, especially if you think about the implications of what's actually going to go down with everybody on the department. Like, we got a lot of people who try to push narratives, and they're out here on film. They went on the record and said, no, it looks like a drowning, no suspected foul play, even before the damn body was cut up good on the damn table. You know what I mean? He said, think about why you think they had to look at Nolan's dental records. I think listen, the funny thing about it is look, yeah, he keep getting away, fam. The funny thing about that is remember when I had played that channeling? That's what old girl said, man. She said that they beat him and they also tinkled on him. And now that the stuff is coming out, this was, I don't know, man. I don't know. Is that life imitating art or art imitating life, right? We don't know, but we definitely know it's going to come out because it's all gas, no brakes on this joint. I swear to God, they didn't expect people to come out and do what they did like they did it. Okay, hold on. Hello, I was doing a little scouring real quick, and this video caught my eye. He said he know exactly who did it. Let's hear this.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you exactly who did it because I figured it out. I know exactly who did it, and I'm about to show you. I mean, I'm gonna go with whoever hugging him right now. Who got his arm around his shoulder? Huh? Who that? Huh? Suspect. What y'all think? Or we can go with them. Or we can go with all of them. You know?
What I'm saying is everybody in the pool need to be questioned. They need to have them in there like Minister Society. So you said that the boat came back at 4:30, right? Yep, we got on the boat and it was taking on water and it started coming. So you said that the boat came back at 4:30, right? That's why we got. You know you're fucked up, don't you? They need to be in there right now on super interrogation station. Everybody, I don't know why they ain't split up everybody and talked to them already. I don't understand why that didn't happen. He said they was washing the boat between 1 and 3. Exactly. So the timeline that the stepmom is trying to put out, she said they start taking it. They last time they saw Nolan was like 3. They start taking her on water about 4:30. They got towed back to shore, but the boat was on the phone and they didn't know where it was. And I don't know how long it takes to tow a boat. And hold up. Did they get towed in the middle of the water? Was it taking on water? Was it taking on water at the island itself? Like that's a lot of wishy-washy too. Because then we're gonna ask for a boat tow record. Then they say they called the first they didn't say anything about the Coast Guard. Then the Coast Guard said that they remember calling at 11 p.m. If that's true and he was at the party, is that like right when the beating had happened and they had to try to come up with the story? So we gonna call the Coast Guard like he went back out there. But then that also means that they had to hold the body too. They had to hold the body and place it back out there on the lake. Did the body ever leave the boat? And then when on the cleaning of the boat, was they doing the Dexter, like wrapping cuz up in the plastic? That don't even make. See, hold on now. If the okay, hold up. If the body was beat up from the party with a stick or whatever, then that would explain them cleaning the boat early in the morning, right? Because we got between 11, they say this party happened, right? 11, they say this party happened, and let's say they was cleaning the boat at 3:00 in the morning. So we got 12, 1, 2, 3. So obviously it don't take that long to get on the boat and go back out to the island. Because if so, they did it at night, which is not hard with navigating equipment. Like if you got the little GPS thing on your boat, it'll show you where you at and where to land. You can go right out there. But so they beat him up at the party. A lot of blood, I guess, right? But okay. So but then how he was on land and the parents went out there and didn't see him. And then the Coast Guard come and then all of a sudden see him. Because we know he wasn't waterlogged because it didn't show in his hands like it, like they say waterlogged is like when if you sit in the bathtub too long or whatever. That obviously wasn't the case. Because they say when you get waterlogged, hold on, I had a video on that. They say when you get waterlogged, you sink to the bottom, and then the only thing that bring you up is your gases, but that takes 48 hours. He wasn't out there that long. You see? He wasn't out there that long for all of that to be taking place and to be going down. You see? And then, okay, I'm saying if they beat him all in his face, well, that's assuming that he had facial recognition on the joint. But I mean, he could have easily had a thumb, and if you got the body, you can do the little thumb joint, right? Right. Um, I don't know, man. I think I'm a very intelligent person sometimes, and I try to put everything. They said they cleaned the boat after they took him back to the island, but okay, Solstice, I feel that. But then the parents went to the island. He was on the boat the whole time. Okay, but listen. Okay. Listen. Well, hold on. Okay, because we do got a timeline. Remember, the dad said that he got a call at about 5 in the morning from the coach to go look on the island. So if they was cleaning the boat approximately at 3 p.m., then the body was out there. Now, did they walk the whole 10 miles on the island? We don't know. But then the Coast Guard people and them came out with the drones and all of that. You see, he said, "Facts. Just stay away from their kids. Close. Of course." The thing is now, like, okay, so then the body had popped up, but when it popped up, it was on land. So I'm willing to say, because they said they found it on the northmost point of the island. I'm willing to say that I mean, I guess it wasn't no possibility they could walk the whole 10 miles. Although I would have searched every inch of the damn island. But whatever they did, they was there until the Coast Guard people came, right? And then the Coast Guard people came and they found him on the island. So we got a short window from when this party he was on the boat while looking for him. He came up the next day. Yeah. Yeah. It was like about because didn't they found him on the 6th or the 5th? I thought they found him the 5th in the morning, like the very next morning, because all of this had happened on the 4th during the day on Saturday. And no, I forgot, because there was a big little thing and we was waiting for him to be found. And no, I'm sorry, I forgot about that part. There was a big thing and it was like, yeah, okay. And so that next morning, because I think I hadn't even played the video, it was that next morning. I was on the video. I was on the live when it happened. Then I had played the little excerpt from the people with him being found and all of that. Okay. So it was a little gap between them. So I guess it's just safe to say they did the little dump that night. The parents had got there that morning early. I mean, just because he got the call at 5 a.m. don't mean that they got out there at 5 a.m. It took them some while to get to the crib and on a boat, and from out the bay down to the joint, which is 10 miles away. See, that's another thing too. They found him on the 6th. Okay, great. So the dad's went at 5. He came up the next day. So they went at 5 o'clock on the 5th, and he was found on the 6th. Yeah, okay. Okay. So of course he wouldn't be there. We need to figure out what day they was washing the boat. Or what could also be true. No, well, hold on, y'all. Wait a minute, y'all. If we go back to the video, I swear I can remember. This is where I'm getting this from. I remember the dad saying that him and the coach went to the lake to look, and then they stayed there, and the Coast Guard came up while they was there. That's how I understood it. I could be wrong. So that would mean that they didn't go look until the 6th then. Or the Coast Guard looked on the 5th too. Nah, because I remember a gap in between us finding out and everything like that and him missing. That had to be at least a day because all the stories came out on the day, right? If they left around 5 a.m., they had good sunlight. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. And that was from that one interview. Hold on. We finna have to go. We got to go back to that interview. That video and I'm just going based off what the parents said, right? Because who obviously we can't really listen to the media like that because they're not forthcoming with everything that needs to be said like it needs to be said, obviously. So I'm just basing that off what I heard the parents utter about the situation because they dropped. It seemed like every different interview they dropped a little bit more jewels than the last because for a long time we didn't even know that Wyatt was the one that had the cell phone. I'm sorry, Wyatt had the keys. We still don't know who had the cell phone. We still don't know. Hold on, I'm just going back of a couple of my episode videos so I can get the parents' interview because I want to hear the parents speak again. I know that was a couple videos back. Hold on, give me a few seconds, guys. Give me just a couple takes because now I really have to hear the interview, and I'm talking about the one with I think that was the one where they was sitting on the joint with Michael Strahan. I could just search for it. No, I can just search for it real quick. Hold on, y'all, real quick. I want to do the one with Michael Strahan. Let me see if I can just search for it like that. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Oh, hold on. No. She was talking about the media. That was a good video, too, when she was talking about the media literacy. I ain't gonna lie.
More on the mysterious death of Nolan Wells. We're joined by...
Yeah, because I got
more on the mysterious death of Nolan Wells. We're joined by his parents, Christine and Elmore Wansley, as well as their attorney, Ben Crump. And before we get started, first off, I want to thank you for being here under these circumstances. Know how extremely tough it must be, and we can express our how sorry we are for you and your family. In with you, did he check in with you that day?
Come back with fire. Do not separate from the group right before you lock down and get ready for the season because
they tracked this phone on Life 360.
So Life 360, but when I received the phone call from Warren, I immediately called my friend Toshima and I said, hey, have you...
So Warren was the first person to call. Oh, whoop-de-doo. You talking about the judge's stepmom? Of course Warren's going to be the first one to call. So that's sus in itself. Go on.
You guys see Nolan because her two sons, Jalen and Javon, like they grew up together. They played city league sports together. When they got into school, they played sports together. And so she was like, hey, okay, the boys were pulling up the location from Snapchat. So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life 360 location. So when I pulled up Life 360, it was different. It was showing everywhere the phone had been. I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land. Like, I'm not. He's like, but no, he didn't come back with us.
So he was back on land. Now, they tried to be like, See that little phone call video I had played? This is trying to corroborate that story that he didn't go back with them. And why are you just blaming his friends? It's disgusting. But that's not what the joint show. That's not what she's saying though.
Us.
Well, how were you able to get the phone?
So we tracked it, and my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
It wasn't like they said we got his phone. They tracked it, and that.
Notice how now. See, if y'all know, you know. Notice how he took over. He didn't let them tell you where they got the phone from. See, we still don't know where they got the phone from. We know that the keys is at Wyatt's though, because they said that in the other interview. But notice, soon as they start talking about that phone, let me take that over. And he was real. He ain't no fool. This dude ain't no fool. He's a lawyer. Let's not forget, words matter.
We got his phone. They tracked it, and that highlights all these contradictions, Mike.
See how he masterfully changed the subject. That was change the subject 101. That was masterful.
And my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
It wasn't.
See, he like, my friend wouldn't pretend and before you say anything, ma'am, I got this.
Like they said, we got his phone. They tracked it, and that highlights all these
See, we got their phone. They tracked it, and that highlights. You know what I'm saying? See, another thing too, though. He a smart dude. You know what I'm saying? Don't think he ain't consulting with some smart people on tactics and ways. You know what I'm saying, to make it play out. Who knows? That little photograph, right? Could have been AI or something like that, or woo, to make them folks be like, no, it wasn't like that. This is what happened. He said, notice that none of his friends' family is trying to support them, knowing that their child was responsible for leaving him behind. Exactly. Yeah, right. No accountability. That's a very good point, T. No accountability. You're absolutely right. But then that's because CT, like you and me and everybody else, we come up under different codes, man. We like cut from a different cloth in that area. It is normal for us to be like, when you go somewhere with somebody, you come back with somebody. They cutthroat as hell. They ain't on the same page like that. They not even on that like that. But I want to see. I'm gonna actually watch both details because I want to make sure I hear what I want to hear.
Contradictions, Michael. The fact that they said Nolan was talking to a young woman and she said that he said, I'm going back to get on the boat with the boys. The boys said that he said he was going to stay with her. And so that's an obvious contradiction. And then this.
And look, it's either one or the two that is true. And I'm saying he didn't go back with the girl because if he went back with the girl, her as a judge would just be silent and let it play out because they ain't have nothing to do with it. Or, no, if Nolan was my love, we all cared enough, then y'all would be trying to find out who the girl is. Y'all would be all on the internet. Y'all wouldn't have got your page. See, that's another thing. Bring it on back. They closed their pages down. Like, we just supposed to skip over that. I think that was the next day they said, well, actually, to be honest, they didn't really necessarily give a timeline to the keys. But this is what I'm saying, though. If they were responsible, like Tyrone said, for leaving them there, then they still should be on social media in groups, you know, trying to find out who the girl, if they didn't know who he was, trying to ask for some information, trying to assist in any way possible for getting justice for your friend. But that didn't happen. The only reason you would lawyer up and close your social media and all of that is if you got forehand knowledge of what could happen in said situation and you know how to prevent it. Only the person that knows how to prevent it, which would be a judge who sees hundreds upon hundreds of these same cases all the time. Who would have more knowledge about this than a judge? That's why when I played the judge yesterday, he like, man, folks should have been in jail off the stolen phone alone. At least some questioning, at least some 72-hour hold or something.
Video of this, you can hear an argument going.
Look how he jumped right up. I'm telling y'all, it's something. Dude, I'm thinking Warren and them had the phone. If that was allegedly where the party went down, because notice they didn't say who they got the phone from. I'm gonna play this for a minute, but I'm gonna find that in other interview because that's where he dropped the little whoop about the keys and all of that. And I want to hear what he say about the phone.
Nolan is saying, give me my freaking phone. What are you freaking doing? And so then his phone ends up missing. I don't know any teenagers, Michael Strahan, who says, if you believe that story, I'm going to stay behind and I'm going to leave my phone. I mean, no young person leaves their cell phone. And so then there's so many things their parents were telling us about, even why didn't his body wash up with the tide on Sunday? Why would it come on Monday? It's not adding up. And that.
Okay. So there's confirmation on that. So he made it off the island. He went to the party that night. They beat him up. They couldn't have. They had to be washing the boat on Sunday night then at 3 a.m. Right, hold on. Let me get some more of that.
That is the problem when you think about the history of Mississippi.
Yeah, so there's so many questions that need to be answered.
He's a smart ass dude, man. He sideswiped all of that shit so quick. This dude, big crump. Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all no lies, no story. I got his card in here for real. He got a nice white ivory card. But one day I'm doing Uber and shit, right? And I pull up to this one hotel, and then I go in the hotel, and I was dropping off somebody or some. How did I have my daughter in the car? Oh, okay. I was doing it had to be. I was doing Uber Eats. My daughter was in the car, and I had dropped off some food at this thing, and then this like dude was like, "What's up, brother? How you doing?" I was like, "Oh, that's Ben Crump right there." Like, yeah, like, what's up? He's like, "Is you the ride?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm the ride." He was like, "All right, then we with you then. We with you." I'm like, "All right." Man, I end up taking Ben Crump, me and my daughter, Ben Crump and two of his like assistants to like, he got this new office in Vegas. I end up taking them there. We talking woo woo woo. My daughter she always do. I told you she was on our anime. We usually go get sushi from Whole Foods, the little sushi pack. And so blah, 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 blah. I talked to him. I asked him a bunch of questions. I heard how he actually got down. And like he had a female with him. You know what I'm saying? He had pulled out a black AMX card. Whatever. Long story short, I ended up dropping him off. Cuz gave me $80 for the ride. It wasn't even that far. You know what I'm saying? He was like, he gave me $60 and he was like, he'll go an extra 20 to get her that sushi she want. So I can't really say nothing bad about the man. Like my real heart won't let, like he looked out because he jumped in my car like just off of this right here. I mean, obviously I had the Uber sign in the window, so he knew I was doing Uber. But yeah, he spent with me. Like I hit him up to do an interview on the show way back in the day, and kind of got a little bit of run around. You know what I'm saying? I didn't really. I was a little prideful, and I didn't really follow up or beg like maybe I should have, or a civil rights attorney that got a lot of cases. That's a lawyer, but that I actually got experience with Cuz. So you know what I'm saying? Like to me, when even and like I heard him talking loosely about some business, so to speak. And when I heard him talk, he talked like a black ass man. Like how you see him talking like on his news, he don't talk like that. Like he don't talk like that in regular. He a real nigga. Nigga. Like Ben Crump is really a nigga. So I can't really, shout out to him, man. We all got to get this paper. Only thing I would say that I didn't agree with or I don't agree with, it just seems like when he show up, the victims start taking race out of it. You know what I'm saying? But see, rightfully so, because he don't want, I guess he don't want the damage or I don't know. I don't know what it is. I can't think for the brother. But that's my only gripe with him. You know what I'm saying? Like truly. But let him I want to hear some more about just these intricate details, and then I got the other interview pulled up too.
And is there anything you'd like people to know about Nolan? What would you like them to know about your son?
To feel left out, have to be careful.
And he wanted to, I was looking forward to both of them having,
because there's an issue of trust.
That's suspicious, you know. Like that can't be like.
Look how when they answer questions, he be ready to jump in, boy. He be like, hey, don't shut up now. Don't say nothing.
Side of the home, and Attorney Crump, where do we go from here? What's next?
Well,
chat and save videos, and even my sister was like, yeah, that's suspicious,
Michael,
you know.
We're having an independent autopsy done at the behest.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no. They ain't say too much in that interview that I wanted to get to this one. This is the one.
And we go back out to the car. One of the guys that I got out the house with me.
Nah, that one don't even sound good. Hold on, somebody was trying to record that on their Nokia. One of them recorded that on a hold on real quick. He was on Roland Martin too. I didn't know that one. I didn't see the Roland Martin interview. I didn't see the Roland Martin interview, y'all. Did either one of y'all catch the Roland Martin interview? All right, come on, let's watch it. Oh no, you know what? Roland Martin be on. You know what? We can't play it, but I don't think I can show the actual video because Roland Martin be on some. Especially if he look and see that this a B1 channel, he gonna definitely copyright strike it because he do it to Professor Black Truth all the time. Hold on real quick. He was on Roland Martin. Let me see what he was talking about on the Roland. I'm gonna have to put up a picture, and y'all, we just gonna have to listen to the audio on this one. Hold on real quick. I'm gonna put up this one, the one I just made, because I think the thumbnail is pretty dope. Time's up, mother sucker. This the new thumbnail. Oh no, I put it in the wrong spot. Hold on, y'all. Time's up, mother sucker. All right, here we go. Just trying to let this image upload because I need to cover the screen because when you're dealing with Roland Martin, man, it's all bad. Hey, we just use this one because that was taking too long to go. Oh, there we go. Now I want to work. See, notice I put the jail cells. I put all of them little devils behind bars. But I'm gonna play it. Y'all can still hear it, but we just can't see it.
Continue to seek answers into the mysterious death of Nolan Wells, the 18-year-old African-American who was found dead in Mississippi after he went out boating with a group of white friends on July 4th. Independent autopsy is being done on his body. The Mississippi officials say they continue this investigation. And again, we continue to ask the critical questions. What happened? What happened to this young man? And how did he end up dead? Joining us right now is Christine and Elmore Wansley, the parents of Nolan Wells, also the attorney, Ben Crump. I'm glad to have all three of you here. Certainly our condolences go out to you, Christine and Elmore, on the loss of your son.
Thank you.
I want to be clear in terms of trying to understand this timeline. What time did Nolan go out with his friends? What time did they go out boating on July 4th?
So that was sometime in the morning. I don't have the exact time. I do still have his information up on the Life 360, but it was earlier in the morning on July the 4th.
So he said, hey, July 4th, we're going out for the day boating. Was this something that he had previously done with his group of friends?
Yes, it was, and there was no issues, and my son came home.
So, did he indicate for you what time they're going to be coming back?
No, like his dad has stated in multiple interviews, it was his last hurrah before reporting back to school. So we were just, going to let him have that time to really just decompress because, football can be a lot on you. Especially too, he was a student athlete, so he wasn't just, doing one thing. He was having to manage both.
So the evening arrives. All of a sudden, it's getting darker. You have not heard back from your son. What then happened? What time did you and your husband begin to get concerned when you had not heard from or seen Nolan?
So honestly, we got concerned when we got the phone call. There have been times when Nolan has come in later because he and his friends are, watching movies or, again, at some type of party. So, that wasn't necessarily uncommon. But when I saw his friend call me, my heart dropped because I knew something was wrong. His friends do not call me like that.
What time was that?
That was around, that was, I think, 11:07 is when he called. And he said,
he leaves that morning.
Mm-hmm. So he left the evening before. So him and his friends, they all stayed the night at one of the other friends' house.
Okay, so July 4th was that Saturday. So they stayed the night with some friends on Friday. So y'all last saw Nolan on Friday, and then he goes out with them on Saturday. He around 11:07 p.m. on Saturday. Then you get this phone call. We've heard about them having his cell phone. When did they turn over his cell phone to you and your husband?
So they actually gave the cell phone to my friend. Whenever I got the call that Nolan was missing, I was like, you know what, let me call my friend Tashima because her sons, Jalen and Javon, Nolan actually, those are the guys he actually grew up with, right? Like from playing City League on up.
We were very familiar with Jalen and Javon and their mom. You know, again, they're friends of ours. And so I called her and I was like, hey, have you seen Nolan? Can you ask the boys? Have they talked to him? And she was like, you know what? And the boys, of course, they were like, no. So they're pulling up their location tracker on Snapchat because they all follow each other. And they, you know, were able to help pin. I'm pulling mine up on Life 360. So between the two, you know, we were able to determine where his phone was, which is not where his car was. So the car and the phone were in two separate locations.
Right.
Elmore and I were trying to, after we got off the phone with Tashima, because she was like, hey, look, don't worry about it. I'll go get it. You know, we went ahead and started calling authorities to see who we needed to file the missing persons report with.
And when you got the phone,
Elmore, I have. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
You asked about the phone. It was important when they got the phone.
Mm-hmm. So it took a while. It took a little bit before the phone was handed over to my friend. And then we did meet up. And of course, you know, we met up soon after. We filed the police report finally. And then she was on her way back towards Ocean Springs. So we met up at the second house to pick the car up, which is where he stayed overnight.
Elmore, the only thing I have raised. Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, that's a good point. I said that from the beginning. Like, he didn't know them dudes for real, because then, like, because even when he went to go get the keys, they was disrespectful. They was about to send it up at the crib when he went to go get the keys. So I'm saying they couldn't have known dude this quick. Because, like, if you got homeboys this, that, and the other, you're not finna disrespect your homeboy's dad like that, especially during death, man. You finna give him a hug. Y'all finna go into old stories of what y'all used to do, this, that, and the third. You gonna be trying to help with is there anything I can do? Can I be a pallbearer? Them ain't his friends. Them ain't nowhere near his friends. I got this thing up. I can still see our comments and all, but I got this thing up because of Roland Martin and his little thing. You know, he be on some BS.
The only thing I was going to point out that is very important, we believe, some of the Snapchat messages seem to have been deleted, and some text messages seem to have been deleted, and we believe that could prove very relevant.
I think that is the smoking gun, really, because you can't get into Cuz's phone without the biometrics. I don't know, really nobody who walk around with an unlocked phone. Not my dad, but my dad's 80 years old. His hands be shaking a little bit. He don't got time to try to put his fingerprint on there or facial recognition. Other than that, your phone's locked up. So I ain't trying to hear that. That right there alone says a lot to me. Straight up, though. Then that would make sense why the body was in the damn car. I mean, or in the boat or wherever they had it, right? They might have put it on ice. Don't for a minute think they ain't got no deep freezer or nothing like that at them big old cribs. We talking about people with a little bit of change and a little bit of resources, right? So they probably had the little deep freezer. You know what I'm saying? They probably put my man's on ice for a little minute. You know what I'm saying? Because it's summertime. It's hot. It's humid down there. I would think that the body would be uneasy for a day if you don't put it to the side or something. They all the same. Yeah, the people that lied on Carmelo, same thing. And you already know what the code is. They gonna give each other the same immunity from law that they want from each other. If they was in a pickle or in a bind, they letting each other off, and they expect the same thing. That's a vicious cycle of how this white supremacy should go. But go on.
Elmore, I've raised 6 nieces, and first got the nieces when they were as early as a year and a half, and raised them all the way through. They were even now my twin nieces, and they're 22 years old.
Right.
I don't know many kids today who they're never without these. And did that cause you suspicion that, and when you think about your son, was his phone always with him? Was he always on his phone? Was he always using his phone?
Yes.
You talked about, Christine, you talked about the life tracker. I would assume, just like my nieces, his hand was attached to the phone.
At all times?
Yes.
All the time.
His hand was attached to his phone all the time. His hand and his phone was always in my face messing with me. So he wouldn't go nowhere without that phone. He wouldn't give someone else his phone and go off a whole nother way. It just wasn't in his character. We didn't raise him like that. For him to not stay with the people that he came with. We taught him that, like, if you go with someone, you stay with them. You go with them, you leave with them. You don't go off. You don't go off. You don't split from the group chasing a girl. There's girls back where you at. There's girls everywhere. So she's not the only one. You can find another girl. So I constantly drilled in his head to always stay with the group. Always just be mindful of your surroundings. And you know,
all of the kids, really.
I constantly had those conversations with him until it's like he got, and I could tell he was getting tired of our dad. You're nagging, but I kept saying, son, one day you're gonna thank me for me nagging you like this, because you're gonna say, you know, Dad was right. And when that day comes, I want you to pick that same phone up and call me and tell me I'm right.
Hey, now, all right, from him talking like that, because I ain't never heard him talking like that. He sound like a straight up FBA dad. And it sound like, and I'm gonna tell you, it sound like he gave him a little knowledge. That's what I'm saying. It sounding a little different now. It's not sounding like like this boy was oblivious. He said probably was calling for help. That's why his phone was open. That's a good one too. Yeah. But you know, that's kind of a stretch too. Because if he was calling for help and his phone was open, you know them phones lock ever so often. You can't even show a person a text message and they try to go on your pictures or something. The phone done lock and they need your fingerprint again. You know what I'm saying? But that's plausible. I get that. I'm just saying, they had to ice him down somewhere. That's what I said. That's what I'm saying. Because I'm thinking he would have bloated and blew up and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Especially with the beating that they put on him, especially if he was bleeding out or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? A hot day, he would have swole all the way up. But then again, but I was just, speaking on the dad piece is, it sounded like he gave him a little knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like, it sounded like he gave him a little knowledge. I appreciate that, love. It sounded like he gave him a little knowledge, man, and I kind of did beat their parents up again a little bit in the beginning. So, when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But listen to their daddy, he sound like a blue black nigga from Mississippi, and he tried to give his son some game. I don't know. That's just me.
So, I say it's just hard for us to believe that he would choose to stay on an island without any kind of form of communication.
He sounded like he finna say shotty or Maine in just a minute. He looked like he's trying really hard to be like shotty or Maine. Listen, Maine. I think when they go to it, they're going to probably get a heavy hitter criminal attorney or team to go after those white. Well, they already got Ben Crump and all of them to do it. That's who's talking right now. If you didn't know, I'm not going to act like you know everything, and it's because speaking up is cool. But Ben Crump is that power attorney. You know what I'm saying, on a case. Or are you talking about the white dudes is going to try to get them a power attorney? I don't like the parents' response. We don't want to make this about race. I'm standing there. See, that's the Ben Crump effect. I've been doing these stories for a while, and every time Ben Crump step up, the race thing go out the window, even though it's blatant and all the cases that he damn near took. But the only thing I can say that I commemorate him for doing that is, only reason I can say I commemorate him for doing that, because he takes that out the game. You know what I'm saying? Because, they always trying to use the Uno reverse race card too. So he doesn't allow, them, what I'm saying? I think his strategy is to keep it neutral, so that even decent people, what I'm saying, to come to the right conclusion. That's just my thought about it. I think it's strategic. Do I like it? No. But I think it's strategic why he do that.
And see, that's the thing that jumps out at me. Again, knowing how young folks are today, if
he's trying so hard not to stutter, oh roly poly, because that was sit right with me. This boy is trying hard as hell.
If he says, "Okay, I'm gonna go with somebody else," they don't leave this. They don't, like, that's the no. Hey, be sure, give me my bag. Make sure I have my phone. And being, that's what immediately jumps out, that he's separated from his phone. It takes so long for his parents to be notified, and then when you said it appears as if some items have been deleted, obviously people don't realize text messages cannot be deleted permanently. Have you already communicated with the cell phone company to be able to pull those records?
Yes, we are reaching out to experts to try to not only retrieve the deleted Snapchats, but the deleted messages, because we know on the video rolling that's been circulating all around the internet, we know there was some kind of argument where you heard Nolan saying, "Give me my freaking phone. What are you freaking doing?" And then for him to not come back, but his three friends who were in the boat with him all come back with his phone, and he comes back a couple of days later on the shore dead. It doesn't add up, and it makes it hard for the sheriff to say, "Well, there's no foul play that we found." Well, that's foul play there. When you're talking about an argument over a phone, and then they take his phone and leave him on an island, it makes you scratch your head and say, this isn't adding up.
Have you, Christine, and first, have y'all had did you have any conversations, any discussions with these, and was it 3 young men who went with your son, or was it more?
I think I'm pretty sure there were probably more present. 3 of them have reached out. And I know, and I've been sitting here kind of trying to go through all the facts and everything, because again, we're still grieving. Like it hasn't even been that long since our son, 4 days since he's been found. But I think maybe 2 or 3 parents have reached out. And I'm just, I'm in a mindset right now where I'm trying to protect my family. I'm trying to protect my peace, make sure my husband's okay. And it's a lot because social media is just so nasty with what this pain that we're going through. Like, they think it's a joke, and it's horrible. And I pray that they never have to go through anything like this.
That's it. Unfortunately, and Ben knows this, I've had to interview far too many of his clients. I always say this is a fraternity or sorority that no one wants to be a member of.
Absolutely.
What is so difficult here again is sort of like there's this fog, if you will. When you said that they've reached out, the only explanation given was that, and did it come from his friends that he just decided to stay? That was it. They didn't convey anything else.
Yes, that was it. They said that that he wanted to stay and hang out with this girl named Katie, and also, and this was the initial conversation, me being alerted to him being missing. It was, oh, well, Katie's also missing, but we don't know who she is. Like, that was our first time kind of seeing her type of thing. So then when I'm going to social media,
wow,
I'm coming from a place with information that was given to me by people that were there.
Ben, and you mentioned the video circulating. That appeared to be a lot of boats in that area, and they were shooting video. In terms of this investigation, are you troubled by the lack of urgency that you're hearing from this sheriff, who's just sort of being somewhat nonchalant about what took place with Nolan Wells 4 days ago?
Because he's a devil.
Or 6 days ago, if you will.
Yeah, Roland, we're very concerned because from the very beginning, his response was that, well, we don't think it was foul play. Well, how do you know? You haven't even investigated anything.
Right.
And that video certainly makes you think that there's something that doesn't pass the smell test. And the fact that you have the young lady who said that Nolan said he was going to get back on the boat with the boys, and then the boys said, no, Nolan told them that he was going to stay with the girl. Which one is it? Somebody must not be telling the truth. And again, we cannot overstate it enough. What 18-year-old teenager says, I'm going to stay behind on the island and don't ask for their cell phone?
Well, especially when you look at the map that shows the distance this island from from where they came from. I do want to ask Christine, her husband, is here. So the photos that we've been showing, were those photos taken on that day, or was it a previous boating trip?
We think on that day.
That was taken on that day, specifically the one with all three of them. Whenever I had made the post asking for information, there was a young girl who reached out to me, and she said, hey, Miss Christine, I know that in the report it's stating that he had black shorts on, but she was like, he actually had blue shorts. And those are two very different colors. Like, you can't get those two confused. And so what she did is she's like, I'm going to send you these pictures to show you, so I could use to show everybody, like, this is actually the color of the shorts he was wearing. Okay. Because she was concerned too
So they had sent those photos to her, or have they posted
No,
those
these are
photos on
pictures
social
that
media
she took. No, she took the pictures.
Okay, so she was.
Yeah, she took those herself, and she sent them to me.
She was out there.
Yeah, she was out there.
Got it. Obviously, it has been 4 days since your son's body was found. 7 days since you last saw him. Are you concerned with the pace of this investigation? I would also ask Ben. I mean, do you believe? I mean, initial reports saying that the young men have been questioned. No one obviously has been taken into custody. Any thoughts and concerns about that? The pace of this investigation. That here we are, it's 4 days later, and there still are so many unanswered basic questions.
Right.
Yeah, I know the family is very concerned. That's why they wanted an independent autopsy done, Roland Martin, and so the body was flown from Mississippi to Washington, D.C., because they want to have a doctor do an exam of his body that had no connections, no influence from the law officials in the state of Mississippi, because it's inescapable that, you know, Roland, had the roles been reversed and you had 3 young black men and a young white man on a boat, and the white man dies or is killed, you will see a completely different investigation, Roland Martin.
Yeah.
I mean, especially, and you got his cell phone, and you back on the island, and you leave him on the island. I mean, it's so many things that says you all are not doing a zealous investigation on behalf of the family of Nolan Wells. We want the same kind of investigation that you would have did if the roles were reversed for a young white man for our son too.
Y'all get them likes up. Shout out to Money Mike, man. Thanks for becoming a member too. I appreciate you, bros. For real, for real. On the lookout side of the game.
Absolutely.
Elmore, it has to be. I listened to you as you talked about your son felt like.
Who you talking about, Ben? You talking about your boy here? Why he ain't reached out to? Man, ain't nobody reaching out to FBA media when we the ones that got it on lock. If they were smart, they would. You know what I'm saying? And shit, Roland Martin, they talking like FBAs now. I just seen a clip with Roland Martin talking about the couch is an option, that the Democrats need to learn that they just can't get our vote whenever. He talking like we've been talking for years. They slowly coming over because they see it ain't no future in your fronting, and you ain't getting no extra butter biscuits for being a coon.
You were badgering him when all those questions, and the reality is fathers and mothers desperately want to protect their children, want to provide them with as much cover as possible, and so as you,
man, fam, I'm gonna have to find the clip for you. Southern Breeze. It shocked me too. Not only, listen, on this same clip, it wasn't only him, it was Joy Reid. Joy Tether Reid, of all people, said we should sit on the couch and we should withhold our vote till the Democrats learn a lesson. Man, it's topsy-turvy out here. While it's playing, let me see if I can find a clip for you.
think about those many conversations, you absolutely believe that you gave your son so much information that you don't believe for a second that he would decide on a whim just to make some crazy decision and just go off with some other people he had no idea, didn't know who they were at all.
I believe I gave my son, like I said, enough information to not do that. He had too much at stake. He had a plan for his life. He knew what he wanted to do. He knew what he had to do coming up that following Monday, which was get down to business so he can get on with his life and get his future started. So For someone to tell me that Nolan decided to stay on the island to chase a girl, I do not believe you. No one is going to get me to believe that. Not one bit. No, I can't believe that because he wasn't raised like that. I had him super focused on what he wanted to do. He was finally buying into what I was talking about as far as sports
and y'all better believe him. You better believe when a black man say he locked in on his kid, he is definitely that. And we got all type of examples out here in this world of that. Tiger Woods, the Williams sisters, Jackson 5, Michael Jackson. When them fathers clamp down, he sound like one of them dads that's clamped down. Oh, Deion Sanders type ass dad. He sound like he had him clamp on the clamp side. Pops didn't play no games at the crib neither. I can tell you that right now. Pops, I put his foot in your ass. For real, for real. No joke. I'm getting all type of FBA energy from Pops. The more I hear him talk, I'm like, nah, that's old blue black country nigga right there, man. Unless he got a sneaky ass Barbados exit or something. A sneaky ass, I don't know. But I'm giving him FBA.
business and really taking it serious and understanding that if he wanted it, he had to put in the work.
Just a couple of questions left. Christine, you talked about how nasty folks are on social media.
Fam, I'm almost really kind of saying that he did have that talk with him. He almost kind of talking like he pissed off. Because if you listen to what he said he always thought that he was nagging him and shit like that. And he was trying to tell him, but you know how I go. You know what I'm saying? When you think your buddies is your buddy and you done knock down a bunch of white chicks, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, you think it ain't what it is. Or mom, dad, y'all don't know nothing. And he had to find out. And unfortunately, he found all the way out. You said you'd be threatening all their ass. when they pockets start getting light, they want to jump on the bad one. Listen, this is my thing though. I'm saying from what I hear in his voice, and I think I got a real knack for picking up on me. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just talking behind the veil. At least I can connect. I'm saying that the way he talking in this interview, cuz is like, I told that boy about messing with them white folks. It's almost like he said, I ain't raised him like that. Y'all got to hear what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? Just because he got a little paper and grew up and got him a little, you know, half little Asian chick don't mean he a brother. You know what I'm saying? Just because he live in a good neighborhood don't mean he a brother. A lot of our people made that mistake, right? Thinking that they was doing good. You know what I'm saying? But come to find out, you know what I'm saying, it come out that it's really a bad thing. So I try not to be so down on people right away, and I try to put myself in shoes. But from what I'm hearing from this dude, man, let me go back. Listen to the conviction in which he's saying, like, I told this dude, I don't raise him like that. Like, whoop, 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 scoop. Like,
I believe I gave my son, like I said, enough information to not do that. He had too much at stake. He had a plan for his life. He knew what he.
And so listen, if a black man telling him, you know, he tell him, man, you're gonna have to watch out, man. They gonna send this. Now he might not have necessarily had the white girl's conversation with him. Maybe that's how Katie was able to infiltrate. He might not have the white girl conversation with him. But you know, I'm saying they had to jump him or something like that too, because which one of them dweebs was finna beat up Nolan? He do got that I don't trust them folks energy. Like, that's what I'm saying. And he's speaking it. He talking to me as a father. I hear him saying, you know what I'm saying, what I would probably be saying if Ben Crump told me to be careful about making it about race. Because he can't be up there like, I told him not to fuck with them white boys and be with them white folk. I told him. He can't do that. But he definitely said, because they got social media too. They done seen video. Man, it's a small world when it comes to these internet streets. And he probably addressing that because he felt some type of way. It's if I had the sentiment, if you had the sentiment, a lot of people probably had the sentiment. Remember the first time we covered the joint, me and Teasy, I was like, Teasy was getting on his case about, you know, why he wasn't out that night looking, what was going on with that. Like, because we ain't know yet. And what did he do in the very first interview? He addressed that, like, man, I ain't got no boat, man. I don't got friends or access to friends with a boat, because if I did, I would have been out there, right? So, you know, I try not to jump the gun on him. You mean, but I'm gonna definitely say that this plea right here is him telling us, man, look, I told him about these situations. I'm just thinking it just might not been necessarily the total dangers of what a white girl could do, or how you could be lured in by the white girl or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And then again, with they 17, 18, 19, 17, 18 or whatever, man, you know, these is kids that think they know what they know, and he done been on boat trips before with them, as we just heard. She said they's gone plenty times before, and my son has come back. Right? So, Dad, you don't know what you talking about. You know, sometimes that shit go in one ear and right at the other, and then they don't know it until they ass on the fire. He said, I don't know possible, but there's Sue seeing to trust them devils for some reason. Yeah, I mean, he did. He definitely trusted them. He definitely trusted them, but he just didn't know they was a real live pack of devils. He said, please stop calling them his friends here now. Yeah. They definitely wasn't his friends. I don't think they was his friends at all, especially when the dad was talking about how they was giving him static when they went to go get the keys. Like, you can get up out of here with that. Like, straight up. But hold on, let me put this back over there if I'm gonna play it, because I don't know if they would have got me for that.
He wanted to do. He knew what he had to do coming up that following Monday, which was get down to business so he can get on with his life and get his future started. So,
see, he was finna go to, he's finna be into some shit, and they probably knew that and was jealous. That's the same thing as, like, you're never supposed to tell nobody your release date in jail, because they're gonna try to pop it off with you before you get out, so you can stay up in there with them. Let's not act like that jealousy is not, you know, a possibility. That's definitely a possibility as well.
for someone to tell me that Nolan decided to stay on the island to chase a girl, I do not believe you. No one is going to get me to believe that. Not one bit.
So now he addressing what I was just thinking. He just put the no nigga, I had the white girl conversation with him too. And I drilled that into it. He's saying he drilled that into his head more than the white people conversation. So he like, you're definitely not gonna get him on the bait with the girl. So I'm inclined to believe, yeah, he might have got up with the chick on the lake, but he definitely rode back with the homies. Like, because he like, boy, I would have, he basically saying, he said, or not, well, you know, back with the dudes. You're right. It's not the homies. But you know, I'm speaking metaphorically, you know what I'm saying? But I get what you're saying, like, totally. But what he's saying with this plea is like, man, listen, I didn't force a lot of rules, but staying for the hoes is not one of them. Basically, like he definitely wouldn't do that.
No, I can't believe that because he wasn't raised like that.
Just a couple.
I had him.
He like, you disrespected my pimping. Nah, he like, I ain't raised that type of boy right there. Nah, man, you disrespecting my pimping like that. He definitely wouldn't do that. Definitely.
Super focused on what he wanted to do. He was finally buying into what I was talking about as far as sports and business and really taking it serious and understanding that if he wanted it, he had to put in the work.
Just a couple of questions left. Christine, you talked about how nasty folks are on social media. It has to be extremely painful and difficult for you and your husband to see people who you don't know, who don't know you, who don't know your son, question you allowing him to be around white teens, questioning how you raised your son.
What I would say to that is the amount of love and support that we've received from our local community, people outside of our community, and even his friends, it's a testament to his character. It's a testament to us as parents. And this is the thing. I would never, and my husband the same, we would never tell our child, any of our children, you are not allowed to associate with this person over here because of the color of their skin or because this person over here is purple. Absolutely not. And
I don't know what the purpose of this part is. I don't know what that part is, but it just seems so. Yeah, sigh. Like, for real, like, what's all of this copping and this pleading for? Yeah, like, what's the conversation between them? I'll tell you what they're doing. Hold on. I'm going to show you what they're doing in a minute, but hold on.
And just the way Nolan's heart was, he was a friend to everybody. Like, he was just, his heart was that big. So, like, I don't care. Because at the end of the day, I know we did everything we could as parents, raised our children as best as we could. We have always told them to be kind, caring, and respectful to others, no matter who they were.
See, they heard some of the internet and all of that. You can tell they addressing some of the flack that they've gotten. I don't know what she mixed with. I know her mama's fully Asian. I don't know whatever she mixed with. She could be. Now, see, and you know what I'm saying? I don't know what she mixed with, but they really addressing this "we taught him better" thing, like they really feel some sort of kind of way about that, like it's something that they probably missed.
And that's the way we were raised. So if anyone has an issue with that, then that seems like that's...
Yeah, she just confirmed it. So they did not. So yeah. Southern Breeze. Yeah. I gotta take that. Damn it. I gotta take that back. I gotta take back what I said, man. I gotta take that straight on back. I thought now he might have had the conversation with his son about, the girls, but they definitely didn't game him up on no B1 type of shit. Nope. I gotta take it back. Southern Breeze, you're right. I gotta take that back. Cause okay, they was tipping toeing around the tulips on the and then again too. I'm gonna still give a tiny benefit of the doubt because that's what Ben Crump do. Now, I don't think they definitely didn't tell him that, Tanya. Nope. Yep, they told him everybody is your friend. Yep. Mm-hmm. Go along to get along. They even thought, hell, he not that dark. He should fit in. Because if you want to keep it real, that's probably what Dad was doing. He's like, man, I had a hard time and I came up. I don't never want my son to go through this. Let me go ahead and give me a light skin so I can give me a little lighter one. Yep. I'm taking it there.
A you problem, not a us problem.
See? That's separate. That's that little piece of tether coming out. That's her grandma. That's her mom coming out. That little Asian mom. That's that hurry up and buy coming out right there. That's that hurry up and buy coming out right there, Holmes. She told y'all, didn't she?
It has to be extremely painful and difficult for you and your husband to see people
Let me
who
hear
you
it all
don't
the way
know,
out.
who don't know you, who don't know your son, question you allowing him to be around white teens, questioning how you raised your son.
What I would say to that is the amount of love and support that we've received from our local community, people outside of our community is, and even his friends, it's a testament to his character. It's a testament to us as parents. And this is the thing. I would never, and my husband the same, we would never tell our child, any of our children, you are not allowed to associate with this person over here because of the color of their skin or because this person over here is purple. Absolutely not. And just the way Nolan's heart was, he was a friend to everybody. Like he was just, his heart was that big.
Man, I talked about that yesterday. Where's the Asian community? The reason why they ain't speaking up, man, is because he looks black. Yep, because he looked black. If he looked at Asian, they probably would have rolled a little bit. But he looks black. She's not a single mother. And she got that big black guy on the nope. They ain't got nothing to say. Plus, this ain't got nothing to do with us going in their store. So have they ever stepped up for anything except for Peter Liang? Yep. I did. I instilled the fear of God about them folks and my kids. I told them what kind of wicked Babylonian place we live in about. Oh, definitely. They know what's up. Like my daughter often calls me about the strategic ways that she diffuses and shuts down like little microaggressions. Motherfuckers. She say people are scared of her at work. You know what I'm saying? Because they try to label her sensitive. She like, damn right I'm sensitive to everything. So watch what you do around me. And I like that. I like that. They know speak English. Man, listen, I don't like what they're doing right now because there's also other options. Like she didn't have to say this. she could have saved all of that. Like, me and my husband both, we don't teach our kids. She didn't have to say none of that. She could have diplomatically answered the question, you know what I'm saying, and deflected. She could have been like, I understand people can feel the way that they feel. Everybody's different. But right now it's about our child Nolan. Boom. But notice she tried to now this what them little halfies do. I don't know what half she got, but they do be straddling. They do be because she did try to give folks the business. Like,
what I would say to that is the amount of love and support that we've received from our local community, people outside of our community is, and even his friends, it's a testament to his character. It's a testament to us as parents.
Okay, he could be a good, well-mannered boy, still oblivious to white supremacy and how it can end him up in a bad situation. So okay, I hate the false equivalencies, but go on.
And this is the thing. I would never, and my husband the same, we would never tell our child, any of our children,
So this is the we're better than you guys, right? This is the belittle part. This is the belittle part right here. Never would I do what you got, you little roaches. She might as well just say roaches. She might on some Cardi B shit. The love that we get because we different. I'm different. The love that I get from from people in the community and outside of the community. I would never. I speak for me and my husband. We would never. What you little nigglets would do.
you are not allowed to associate with this person over here because of the color of their skin, or
of course a mixed person would say that. I'm sorry, but you got dual allegiances, Mom. And that further lets us know that you didn't teach your son what they were supposed to teach, what you're supposed to teach them. So now you kind of double down on it, and now you trying to tell us
because this person over here is purple. Absolutely not. And just the way Nolan's heart was, he was a friend to everybody.
That's a problem. That's a problem. A little too friendly, Bentley. Right. We would never. She sounds really forgiving, huh? She sounds like if she was in the courtroom, she'd try to be giving hugs out like Bokum John's brother, huh? Come here, let me just hug you, Wyatt. Oh, Wyatt. Let me just give y'all a hug. Cause see, we ain't like that. Cause we ain't like that, y'all. And we different than them. It's all about love and salvation and community. He said they sure have told Nolan the whole truth about being black, man. And Mrs. I thought. Listen, the more I hear her talk, now listen, this is what's deep. I thought that was the black man making his declaration on the fortification of knowledge that he instilled in his son about this, you know what I'm saying, a racist state of Mississippi that they in and blah, because I didn't, I got a look, I didn't came up and did very well for myself, and he probably had, you know what I'm saying, his fair share. But when I listen to what he picked, though, you the one you picked, she ain't talking like the program. You understand? But let me go ahead and let him get it out because I want to get to this other interview real quick too.
Like he was just, his heart was that big. So
it was big.
Like I don't care, because at the end of the day.
So now see, and that's kind of messed up, baby girl. You can't tell the people that's riding for you and avoid that accountability and dismiss, you know, our little love tap, you know what I'm saying? Trying to get y'all together, you know. I don't know, you know. Yeah, she would. Now you dismissive of us, and we all out here riding for you. That's crazy.
I know we did everything we could as parents, raised our children as best as we could. We have always told them to be kind, caring, and respectful to others, no matter who they were. And that's the way we were raised.
Yeah, and but if we see that is probably very well true, ma'am. And it's so true, ma'am. It's so true that unfortunately there was a mishap, because you skipped that conversation that he probably had to watch out for the white boys in Mississippi. I'm because it wasn't Katie, y'all. Yeah, he got up with Katie, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? She probably came to the pool party. That's probably what got him to the pool party, because then wasn't his homeboys like that. And she said they go out to pool parties and all of that, him and his little homeboys. So she probably lured him to the pool party, and they probably still did the dirty work. I don't know, man.
So if anyone has an issue with that, then that seems like that's a you problem, not a us problem.
Ben, final question for you. Have you gotten any indication? First of all, Ben, who's leading this investigation? Is it the sheriff or is it the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation?
I think at this time it's still the sheriff, because the sheriff is the one who's making the statements. The sheriff in Jackson County, Mississippi.
Do you want to see the MBI take this over?
I want to see somebody lead the investigation who's going to do so zealously. We are in a ferocious search for the truth. Right. I mean, with every day that goes by, that makes it a little more daunting, a little more challenging. So time is of the essence. I mean, we don't want not one more sleepless night to go by just because they don't have answers. We know they're never going to have peace because, you know, they baby, as they talked about, bought their family so much peace. And so there's a void in their hearts and in their families forever. But let's at least give them the transparency that they deserve. As Christine said, any parent, black, white, brown, or red, you would want answers. If somebody came to you and said, we went out with him, we left him, and now he's dead. No, we got to get answers, Roland Martin. We must get answers.
Right.
Christine Elmore Wansley, again, our condolences go out to you. It's absolutely difficult, and as you said, it's even more difficult when you're trying to grieve the loss of your son and you're having to do interviews and, frankly, put the pressure on officials to get answers as to what has taken place. And so I appreciate both of you joining us. I appreciate Ben Crump, you being here as well. And certainly we've been covering this story from day one, as we always do. We're going to continue to cover this story because it needs to be told, and we need answers as to what took place to 18-year-old Nolan Wells.
Of it now.
Concern about.
All right. There was another interview I want to play, but I did have your back there, buddy, when I told you that the Democrats was talking like the FBA now. Listen to this. I can't show it because it's still on the Roland Martin show, but listen.
Into voting for Talarico if he won't even, when he needs us, come and speak with us and listen to our issues and develop a strategy to address our issues. And so to say, what are you going to do? Like vote Republican? Like they don't think we have a choice. They think that we have to vote for Talarico.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the couch is actually a choice. And we've seen it since since Obama ran in 2008, 2012. You have seen a drop. You have seen a drop in black voter participation in every election. It's right there in the numbers. I don't know what the hell they're looking at, and it's there in the data.
Did you hear this, fool, man? The couch is an option. Like what? Like, but you called us the stupid fools. Y'all stupid fools. He gave us the stupid fools when we was talking it. I did videos on Roland Martin. I'm sure I can go to the archive and pick out a few that I did on Roland Martin. Some of the crazy stuff he done said. I don't think I got that same issue with the National News Network. Thank God. I just know that Roland Martin from the Black Channel with Jason Black, he always cutting his videos and doing something weird to it for the copyright. So I won't have that issue with the this interview they did on the National Action Network. So we're gonna play this one and we're gonna go through this one because they actually did another one that was pretty dope. And they revealed some new information in this one too that they did not in the other ones. And like I said, they need to talk with Ahmaud Arbery's mom. She didn't play when she sent them white devils stuff. Hell yeah. And they was trying to get their little sentence reduced and all that. And from the very beginning, she did not bug down on the race part of it. She did not. And I like that for sure. You're right. Boy, we got some very intelligent people who tap in with us. I appreciate you, T. That's what I'm talking about. Hold on. Let me get this interview out the way. Nah, they not built like that. Hell no, they not built like that. Talk about some build. I don't even want to hear his little bobblehead ass. So I'm gonna skip his part because I just don't want to hear nothing he got to say.
And on so many occasions when families get the worst news of their life, and make no mistake about it, Christine and Elmo got the worst news of their life on what was supposed to be a joyous occasion where everybody was celebrating the 4th of July weekend. I'm Attorney Ben Crumpet, along with Attorney Lisa Park and Jared Presson and Camila Moore. We have the honor and the privilege of helping to lead an independent investigation on behalf of the family of Nolan Wells. Why do you say we need to be retained to lead an independent investigation? It is because the family has distrust of the Mississippi law enforcement officials giving them a fair investigation where their black son ended up dead after going out on a boat with 3 young white men. The history of Mississippi is something that they don't just read about in books, but it's a lived experience for many black Americans that oftentimes when our children are killed in highly questionable situations, that there is this notion that, oh, it was nothing wrong, no foul play, let's just sweep it under the rug. Well, we refuse to sweep it under the rug. We refuse to just let Nolan Wells' death be in vain. We're going to make sure that we get to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, because Nolan deserves it. You're going to hear his mother and father talk about what a wonderful young man he was. I mean, doing everything right. Reverend Al, he was not only a college student, he was a great athlete. He was a model big brother for his brothers and little brothers and sisters, and he was a great son who was on the cusp of becoming a man. I mean, Christine and Elmore did everything to prepare him for this moment. He was so close. He was right there. You're going to hear his father talk about him had a good football season last year, but this season he was really ready to go to the next level, to go to Division I. I mean, the highlights that you're seeing on social media of his athletic prowess, I mean, it is all relevant, because when you start talking about drowning, I mean, this is a kid who knew how to swim. This is a kid who was in tip-top shape. He was a superior athlete. And so I'm going to get to that in a moment, these glaring contradictions, but to try to say, oh, we're suggesting it was just an accident or drowning, go ahead and move on. Well, they are not accepting it. They are not accepting it. They want to know that you have not taken the path of least resistance, that you have done a full, complete, thorough, impartial investigation, because it cannot be lost on anybody, but especially us in the black community. If the roles were reversed and you had 3 young black men on a boat with a young white man, and that young white man ended up dead, what kind of investigation would be being conducted by the Mississippi law enforcement officials? How many times would those 3 young black men be interrogated? So all we're asking is the same consideration you would have given if the roles were reversed. Give that consideration to this family as well. That is our fight. The glaring contradictions just jump out at you. The fact that he is there with his friends, and you look at all the videos, it seems to be he's the only black on the island, or maybe one other, but not many. And so, Jared, you have where a young woman he was talking to says that, well, Nolan said he was going back to get on the boat with the boys.
Right.
The boys say that Nolan told them he was going to stay and talk to the young woman.
Right.
It's a contradiction. They're not saying the same thing. One of them is telling the truth, one of them is not. We have to get to the bottom of that. It's important. And then the fact, Reverend Al, that they have this video of an argument that is going on, and you know, thank God all young people, they have cell phones, and anytime you hear people raising their voice, they start the video. And so you hear on the video Nolan saying, give me my freaking phone. What are you freaking doing? And that becomes even more relevant when you think about the story that they are presenting, that Nolan chose to stay behind. That's what they're saying.
Right.
But his phone, he wouldn't take that with him if he's going to stay behind on the island. I mean, we're talking about an 18-year-old kid. What teenager would leave their phone behind if they're going to stay on this island? What teenager wouldn't take their phone? And so it's not adding up. It's not adding up at all.
I don't know. Does somebody need a reference of the island? Because we was just looking at that. I just happened to have it pulled up. I know we're on the big orientation, so you can see it. But this is Horn Island. This whole little thing, right? This little strip right here. I'm talking about even to the point where somebody had took a little picture on the island thing, and we can get off on the island and look around how it really look. This is the island. Ain't no trees, ain't nothing. This is Horn Island. You can see clear across the mud. It's now granted, it's 10 miles long though. This is at the very tip of it. Right. Let me go back a little bit. So we was at the very tip. And it's this long. You see? So if you're thinking about, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say the boats was on. For some reason, I want to say the boats was on this end though, because it's this little indentation, and it looked like boats could pull up without messing up. If you can look like in the water, I don't know, but just as a reference though, that right there is Horn Lake. And they live like, so in the city, they got these little bays. So either they lived up in this little bay. See this little bay right here? They lived up in some of these cribs, because I'm trying to figure out how they get back from the crib to the joint real quick, right? We was looking. And this the little bay, right? But the bay go up in here, so they could have been any of these houses up here. Let's say they was in the ideal spot, somewhere in the bay over here, right? Boom. So they shoot out from the bay. You dig what I'm saying? The island don't really look that far, like on the hop, skip, and the jump side of the game. You know what I'm saying? It don't really look that far. I don't know what y'all say. Yeah, it's not a big thing at all. That's it. Hold on. This is the whole thing right here. This whole little thing. It don't look like, if we talk about the tip of the city right there, it look like you can see it at least from the city. It don't look that far. And then, like I say, when you get on it, like we can get all the way up on it. Somebody got a little. You see a little tent right there. You know what I'm saying? And this is just like a little whoop-de-whoop island. So I can't see nobody walking off into the distance or going for a swim and don't nobody notice. And especially if you're the only black kid, they be going like, hey, what is that kid Nolan doing? They always in our business anyway. Hey, what is Nolan doing over there? Where is he going? Somebody would have seen something.
They didn't take his phone with them. His mother, when she finds out that her baby is missing, they start trying to track the phone.
Right.
The GPS the phone. They've used Life 360, and they discover that, well, the phone is on land. The phone is on land, but you're saying he went missing on the island. And so it's not adding up. And so they go get the phone. And you hear her tell herself, when her and her sister start going through his phone, Jared, they realize that there are deleted messages, so they're trying to figure out, well, why are there deleted messages on his phone? I mean, it becomes relevant when you start.
Hold on. How was they able to get through the phone? Am I missing something? Is his phone just not locked? How's everybody in the phone? Is y'all getting that too? How everybody just all up in Nolan's phone like they want to? How that work? What kind of phone he got? He ain't got no Android, no S22 or no Apple anything. Cause them joints be forced knocked up. Am I tripping?
Putting everything together where we can't just say, oh, there's no instance of foul play. We're going to get to the truth one way or the other. The fact that, and this really.
Hey, notice how he's taking most of the brunt on the talking to keep it where he want to keep it. Because the first interview we seen, he let him talk and say what, let the interviewer ask him questions. On Roland Martin, you know what I'm saying? He let him ask him a few questions. Now he coming right at the gate, just giving all the facts from his mouth to what he want to be out there, because he don't want them to blurt nothing out. But I think this the interview where he tell a little bit about where the keys was and blah, blah, blah.
Makes no sense to me, Reverend Al. This notion that where he drowned, y'all have, I'm sure, seen all the videos out there.
Yeah, the parents could have had.
I mean, if he's drowning, nobody sees him drown. Nobody offers assistance. Nobody tries to help him.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, he stands out. I think, the only black person I saw when I'm looking at the videos. And if you see him drowning, you mean nobody is going to try to help him? It's not adding up. It is not adding up. And that's why the family, at their behest, we had an independent autopsy being performed. And we thank Colin Kaepernick for helping to pay for that independent autopsy. And we thank Tyler Perry for helping to pay for the funeral. Because as Reverend Al said, these were just regular parents going about their life. They weren't expecting any of this. And then we're having to try to hire all these experts to be able to go and see if they can retrieve deleted messages. We have to have experts. You'll hear from Attorney Park talk about, where the body was found when it was recovered and how long it took to be recovered. We think all of those are relevant issues to trying to understand what really happened to Nolan Wells. And this independent autopsy is so very important because we had his body flown from Mississippi to Washington, D.C. because his family wanted to make sure that they had a doctor who had no ties to Mississippi law enforcement to do an independent examination of their son's body. And we are hopeful to get that results in the very near future. We were hoping we would have had it today. Right. However, as you all know, here in New York, they canceled all the flights yesterday, and so it took a long time for his body to get to the medical examiner's office in Washington, D.C. But rest assured, as soon as we get those results, we will make them known to you because we believe transparency is very important. We want to lead by example. We want them to be transparent, and we want to be transparent. We know they conducted the autopsy. We are waiting on their results as well. The final thing I will say is this. If there are any people who are on that island, any young people who recorded videos, who witnessed things, who may have saw Nolan at any time on the island, please, please, please let us know. Please call BenCrump.com, call the 800 number, just any information. They are desperate. We're in a ferocious pursuit for the truth. And y'all, if it was your child, wouldn't you want everybody who knew something to let you all know? This is a hard one, Rhea, because it's so. If
he talking, y'all, I don't want to hear him
levels.
talk.
Well, before we bring the parents up, why don't we have Attorney
Yeah,
Lisa
that's what I want
Park,
to hear. I want to hear the parents.
who is helping head up the investigation with our office.
My name is Lisa Park. I'm the senior attorney for the Ben Crump Law Office in Atlanta. It is our honor to work with the family to try to find answers in this case.
Okay,
I think that most of you at this point are aware of Ben Crump Law and many of the cases that we represent in this country. Some of these cases you don't know anything about until we get involved and we shed some light and we explain to the media what has happened, and you all let America know what has happened. Sometimes cases come and you all already know about it.
Right.
This is one of those cases.
Yeah.
I saw this in the news before I got a call from Ben. This was already huge in social media,
Right.
already out in general media.
Yep.
Why? Why? Because it doesn't take an attorney. It doesn't take a special investigator. It doesn't take someone with extreme training to know right off there's something wrong here. This is, as Ben has put it, not adding up. It is so obvious. There are so many people in this country that go missing, right? Everybody knows this.
Right.
But this case has captured everybody's attention. Think about why. You know that something is not right. It doesn't take us. It doesn't take the Reverend Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, to tell you and then think, oh, now I know something's wrong. We know something is wrong. And for every single person that was in Horn Island, and we know there's about 200 people, there's a lot of people. And we know that Horn Island is a popular place during the holidays. It's a popular place on the weekends. You have to get there by boat. It's the only way to get there. You have to leave by boat. It's the only way to leave. So many people out there. If you are watching this, if you see this, and you are struggling about what to say or what to do, you know what the right thing to do is. Call Ben Crump Law. There's this thing called the internet. It's very easy to find that number. Call us. We have an entire call center. They're waiting to hear from you.
Is this chick doing a damn commercial? Come on, girl. I don't want to hear that shit. Damn. Ben Crump Law face up.
From the parents, and then we'll have Q&A. And what I want is when we go to the media, identify yourself and your outlet so we know who is speaking. And let me say again that we're standing with this family till the very end and make sure we're dealing with justice. Let's first hear from the mother, Christine Wansley.
First of all, I want to say thank you, everyone, for being here. This is not how I wanted the world to meet my son, but here we are. So, as you know, I'm Christine Wells Wansley. I am Nolan Wells's mom. And Nolan is the kindest soul. He never met a stranger. He loved everybody. He didn't care if you were black, white, purple, green, looked like a marshmallow. Like, he just wanted everyone to be in peace with one another. He loved life, and God gave him this big heart, which always scared us. Me and his dad had conversations with him all the time, not just about the importance of understanding our history as Black people, but also the importance of how you have to move in certain spaces. And it's not us being, feeding into racism or the stereotypes that comes with that. Unfortunately, that is just a matter of fact. There have been many cases, many instances that shows it's unfortunately a pattern that he did not like. He did not like that there was so much division, and I think that's why God gave him us. He was really a peacemaker. He wanted, like I said, everyone to be included. He never wanted to leave anyone out.
See, here we go. She keep reinforcing that. Oh wow. Here we go. With the he ain't want nobody to be. And he ain't want nobody to be.
He just, even at a young age, I don't know, he was, how old was he?
18?
No, not 18. When he was a baby, he did the little dance. So his father and I were having a moment, and as couples do, and even in that moment, he runs in the room with his diaper on, of course, and he starts dancing because it was like he could feel the tension. He could feel that something wasn't right. So he was just a special kid. Like, he was a special kid, but again, just heart was so big. And we're gonna miss him dearly. But we are grateful, especially to our friend Tashima, who actually was one of the people who helped us that night. She went and picked up his cell phone from where it was, and then provided that to us, because we of course contacted authorities to figure out who to do the report with, whether it was the county or the city, which then turned into DMR, who I contacted immediately from there. But.
Can you tell them how you got the cell phone?
So our friend actually, when I called her, Nolan is best friends with her two sons, Jalen and Javon. Right. When I called her, I said, Tashima, have you seen Nolan? He's missing. No one has seen him. No one has talked to him. The boys were actually with her sons. So they opened up their Snapchat, because a lot of the kids do have their locations where they're tracking one another. So one of the boys says, well, it's showing that, I can't exactly remember what his location was showing, but my Life 360 location was showing something completely different. It was actually showing that his phone was like he was on land. And so we ended up, she received the phone from that parent, and then we met up where his car was, which was at a separate location. There were issues obtaining the key. But even so, there's just a lot of...
Tell them about what happened with the keys.
So I'm going to let my husband tell you about that, because he actually went up to the door to get the key, because at that point, I was just not in my right mind. This has just been an awful situation, just terrible.
Elmore Wansley, the father.
Okay, so the situation with the key. When we got to the house, a few of his friends, they were already there. And they were at the door in the house, asking questions. So when I walked up, they were getting, things were getting kind of tense. So I turned to them and told them, I need you guys to calm down. I don't do this to me right now. I need them to kind of trust me so they can give me something. So I was able to calm them down. So the guy, he's in one of the pictures. He came out of the room, half asleep or whatever, I think Jack's or whatever. And I said, look, I'm Nolan's father. I'm here to get his keys so I can get his car. I said, he's like...
His car was in the yard.
His car was parked in the yard. So he was like, I don't know, man. Nolan's like my brother. I said, well, if Nolan was like your brother, would you please go in your room and see if you can find my son's keys so I can take his car home? He walks off. 2 or 3 minutes, come back, I can't find the keys. I said, okay, so at that point, I get the boys and I get moved them out the house because I didn't want them to go into the house and start tearing up these people's houses, because then that would be a whole other situation. So we walk outside by the car. One of the guys that was in the house with us, he was on the phone with a girl, and the girl told him that Nolan's keys were on top of this Jack's guy's Xbox in the house, because apparently she was there with him earlier. So he goes back up to the door by himself, and 5 minutes later, the keys come out. So now I feel like you done lied to me. So now I'm really like in distress with you. But as far as that night goes, if I knew anyone who had a boat, I would have went out that night looking for my son. We tried, but I don't have friends with boats. But if I knew someone with one, I would have went out that night. And it so happened that his coach saw all the stuff on Facebook that next morning and called and contacted me at like 5 in the morning, asked me, did we want to go out? And I told him yes. So within an hour, he was at the dock. We met him, and we went out. We docked the boat, got off the boat, walked on the island, walked a pretty nice stretch, came back, got back on the boat, went around the island, looked, came back around, and where we went to, that's where apparently they say that his body floated up. I don't know a lot about water currents over there, but I would think that we would have saw his body. Mm-hmm. And on the trip there was a family that stayed a night on the island, like actually tented out on the island. So if he was left, he would have saw that family on the island, and there was 2 other boats docked, so he would have had help. So I don't know. I don't know. I think we stayed there for like an hour and a half. That's when Jackson County and the sheriff department showed up, and they were going to do their rounds. And I had a classmate of mine, him and his 2 boys, they came out and they searched, and then they got back in touch with me and said the Coast Guard had finally showed up in airplanes. So
what is so critical, what Elmore is saying, is they went out on Sunday, and the tide, if it brought his body up, he went missing on July 4th, as they say. His body should have been there on July 5th. Right. Why would it not appear to July 6th? And that's one of those things that's just not adding up. And the fact that if he stayed behind on the island, there were boats there, there were people, somebody had to see something. That's why it's not adding up. And that's what they're saying. It's just not adding up.
Yes, and if he was there 2 days, somebody on the island would be able to verify that. 2 days and nobody's come forward and said, no, he was with us, or no, we saw him, it just does not make sense. Make it make sense.
Just one last thing. We want her to talk about the cell phone deleted messages. I'm sorry. I thought my voice was loud enough. One last thing. We want to have Christine talk about the cell phone from her perspective before they tell you who Nolan was, and then we'll take your questions.
So when we made it home, my sister and I actually went through Nolan's cell phone, particularly Snapchat, because that is so popular with the children. And when we opened it up, there was nothing. There were no saved pictures. There were no snaps from that day. And we did open it before the 24-hour expiration. So we found that very concerning, only because anyone who's ever been around Nolan will tell you at social gatherings, he's taking videos, he's taking pictures, he's even come up to me when I'm getting ready to go to bed, hey Ma, come on, take a picture of me. You know, like he just, that was Nolan. So that's why we feel that things may have been deleted, was because of the fact that there was nothing in either one of his accounts. But I do want to say this. I would hope that any parent who, God forbid, would be in our situation, I would hope that you would do the same thing. I would hope that you would ask for any help, receive any help to get answers, because at the end of the day, that's all we want. We just want to know. We just want to know what happened and why our baby didn't come home. Like that's our biggest thing. And we are so grateful to everyone, family, friends, classmates, United Cajun Navy, everybody that's assisted us. We appreciate you. There's not enough thank yous that we could say or give to you, but I just, we just want to know. We want an honest, thorough investigation. That's all we're asking for. That's it.
Do you want to say about who Nolan was?
Said the mother is phony.
Nolan.
Nolan. Listen. I'm
is a person with a big heart.
Real quick though.
He's loved by.
I mean, listen. Just think about it though. They've been crying and all. They didn't cry a lot. They didn't. I don't know. It's good to be suspicious, though.
Not just his family, but the community. He's a born people person. He really developed a bond with his baby brother, because both of them play the same position. So he was really understanding the business side of the sport, which is football, and understand that it's not just a game you playing. So the stuff that I was telling him, it was kind of starting to sink into him, and he was really getting more in depth into it. And I could see as he did that, his baby brother really started getting more into it as well, as far as being more focused, because he saw, well, if my big brother is about to go do this great thing, then I want to do this great thing, but I want to do it better. That's why that's what made them so like vinegar and oil. It was like they was always at each other, but they were the same. When I look at my youngest, I'll say Nolan, or when I look at Nolan, I'll say my youngest name. So they would train together. I would always say, hey,
I ain't gonna call him
did some push-ups, you need to ran some routes. And they know when I say that, next day they're out there running routes. Even my other son, he'll go out there. He doesn't play that position, but he will go out there and work and exercise and work out, because they were understanding what I was talking about. They were growing, they were becoming men. So this was his time. He would always talk to me. I would always give him my advice about stuff. I always try to tell him what to look for. And I was always telling him, I said, son, I'm giving you this advice and I'm telling you this stuff, but you're gonna have to experience this. But when you experience it, it won't be foreign to you. You'll have some kind of idea of how to navigate through it. And I think me and his mother, I think we did a great job with that. That's why it's so hard for me to believe that he would choose to stay on the island. It just wasn't his character. It wasn't his character. So Nolan is the funniest kid in our family. Speaking of the time she was talking about, yeah, we were having a kind of heated moment, and I don't know if you guys remember the little dance called the Stanky Leg. I think my son created it because we were sitting in that closet looking and just like talking. He literally came to the closet door like and peeked around and stood in front of him and just started doing this little crazy dance. And I was like, we just bust out like whatever we was arguing about, we stopped laughing. Then we called him to us and we just hugged and laughed and played. But then
Nah, that sounds
maybe 6 months later, the song is a hit. But we always said he created the Stanky Leg dance. But that's my greatest memory of my son.
What are you telling your other children about this?
My son Ethan, he's hurting. These are the ones these are the younger ones. He's like, Dad, I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm like, son, you got to keep going, because he would want you to be better. His youngest brother Elmore, the one that really worked out with him, he was like, I'm hurting, Dad, but I said, Nolan wants you to be the best he can be. He would want you to outdo him, and whenever you feel like you're in a bind or having some kind of problem, call on your brother, talk to your brother. My twins, the loss of a younger sibling is hurting them. They have to figure out how to navigate through life without him. And my daughter Carly, with her being away, it's really hard for her because she's not around family now. So she's out on her own, doing life and doing what life does. But she's doing it on her own, so she has to do this by herself. We're here, by phone, but we're not there in person. So she really has to draw on the people that surround her when she's not home. So all together, my family, this is going to be our new norm. He was the jester in my court, and yeah, he will be missed greatly, not by us, but by the whole community.
I don't know, man. I keep getting Southern uncle from him, but then I'm also getting like accent. Like, what's the verdict on y'all? What y'all say? Y'all say Black American, or y'all say something else? I don't know.
We will announce the funeral services when it is final.
That's it. Okay, no
Question.
I thought that was it.
Life 360.
I thought that was
he
it.
will be missed greatly, not by us, but by the whole community.
We will announce the funeral services when it is finalized, and we'll be going to help with I will officiate at the funeral in Mississippi. Again, we'll take your questions, but identify who you are, and please be respectful to families in mourning, but because they want justice for their son, they came to New York to make this appeal. But let's not make this a circus. Yes.
And also,
Say that last question?
How do you know that it's Nolan saying, give me my phone when you
Yeah.
in that video?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you want the second one is other children who are saying it was Nolan. Yeah.
So the last time we spoke and saw Nolan was July the 3rd. He actually cooked dinner for me, actually for us, because I had gotten off work. It's been really busy, and so he cooked dinner. It was salmon. He baked it. So proud. And then after that, he was just like, "Hey, Mom, I'm about to go. I love you." Gave us a hug, kiss, and he left. Which, of course, you know, he knew we always looked at the Life 360. So there were times maybe he didn't call us to let us know when he made it, but we would see it. He would text at some point, but that was the last time we saw and spoke with him.
Sir.
I can't hear the questions just like y'all can't hear the questions. I guess we're just kind of waiting on the answers at this point.
Dr. Roger Mitchell is doing the independent autopsy on behalf of Nolan Wells' family. And we understand that the young men have lawyers, so we will have to have their lawyers agree to let them speak to our investigators, and we have not attempted to talk to them as of yet. We have been attempting to talk to many of the students and people who are out there that we are aware of.
Okay. Right here.
Oh, okay. Justin Finch, Inside Edition, asking a question here. First, for the family, wondering if you recall from your friend what was said to her by the people who gave her Nolan's phone, and for Attorney Crump, wondering for you, at some point, will that phone be given to police for their investigation? They've expressed interest.
Yes.
So the exact wording of the exchange, it was through phone, because again, we were busy trying to figure out who was going to take the missing persons report. Just because when it's in water, when it occurs on the island, it's not necessarily the city or the county, because then it becomes an issue of jurisdiction. So like I said, she went there and spoke with, I cannot remember, I'm so sorry, my brain is everywhere. But she went to the house and retrieved the phone. She said, I have his phone, the phone was okay. As far as like appearance goes, it didn't look damaged or anything. And so then after that, we met with her at the other house where he had stayed the night, July the 3rd, where his car was. Because it was important for us to try to retrieve everything of his that we could. But it honestly, for both instances, it was a run and round, because I know she had issues getting his phone as well. And she ended up calling me, and I think I spoke with the mother. She put me on speakerphone, and I was like, hey, you know, yes, I'm Christine, I'm Nolan's mom. We need his phone, we're trying to find him.
Yes. I guess.
Okay, we'll go her and then you.
I guess let me answer the second part of the question. Absolutely, after our experts be able to examine the phone, we will let the Mississippi investigators examine
I
the
was
phone.
saying the same
and
thing,
it's
though.
fortuitous.
I heard you say, well, I see what you said. You said you would think the son looked like the father. I didn't think so either. Like he might be from a different relationship or something like that.
That they have the phone, because normally in these investigations, as you know, Reverend Al, they will have the phone and stuff, and they will keep it for months, and the family just be in limbo. But thank God we have the phone now. We're going to do it expeditiously and give it to them to examine it as well.
Anna Schechter with CBS News. So you said that he stayed the night at a friend's. The first question is, did he stay with the friends that he went on the boat with?
What up?
Yes, he did.
And my second question is, has anyone come forward and provided you with other photographs or videos from Horn Island from July 4th that afternoon?
They're starting to send them to our office, and that's what Attorney Park was being so adamant about. Please continue to send whatever videos you got, whatever pictures you got.
Right.
And we're very thankful that some young people have done that.
Good afternoon. Darla Miles, ABC 7 New York. First of all, I would like to extend my
Yeah, they need
condolences
everybody's phone.
to you, Mr. and Mrs. Walmsley. I know this is very brave of you, and we appreciate your transparency. Two questions. Also, my regards to you, Reverend Al, Mr. Crump. My first question is, this happened in Mississippi, and you've traveled here to meet with Reverend Al Sharpton. Why was this important to you, and how meaningful has this meeting been with you here in New York?
Talk to national media.
So we did this because, once again,
Because she got a different baby daddy. She gave the son the baby daddy's last name, and they never got married. Easy.
what we're wanting is transparency, right? Although I do absolutely respect law enforcement, just the fact that the, accidental drowning thing, it made both me and his father uncomfortable. Why are we so quick to rush to this? And we just, at the end of the day, we want answers. This has been very impactful. And I'm gonna be honest with you, the day they found him, we were at
I
Fort
agree.
Mars,
I agree, Zion, for sure.
which is one of the boat launches, and I was standing beside the water, and I had said a prayer, and I was like, Lord, this isn't what we wanted, but I just asked him to help us get through this, put the right people in our path that could potentially help us, because at that point, we hadn't reached out to anybody. We didn't know where to start. This is foreign. We've never been through this. No parent should go through this.
Right.
And then that's when my cousin, Keezy, she sent me a message with some information. My friend, Bianca, her sister, knows a contact with Attorney Ben. And so I said, okay, this has to be it. This has to be God helping us along the way. And I am not religious, but I am spiritual. And for that, I was grateful, because I felt like things were being set up. And at this point, I have always said, we are taking any help. Any help. We don't care, black, white, purple. Again, we just want to know what happened. That's all we want to know. We just want to know what happened.
And my quick follow-up to that, were you able to get a clear explanation as to the chain of custody of his phone, like how that parent came in possession of his phone? And then explain the resistance. You said you went to the home to get the keys. I don't understand, what kind of resistance? What was that exchange of words like? The resistance that you received when you went to go retrieve his keys. Thank you.
He just acted like he didn't know where they were. He just he was like he was clueless. He was like, I don't know. Just please, I was like, just please go in the room and look for me. Cause be honest with you, at that time I was very emotional. No one was giving me any answer. So that situation with me and them could have went totally left field. But since those other young kids were in there, at that moment they kept me from doing what I wanted to do. So getting them and calming them down, it helped me focus on what I was really there for, to find the keys. And like I said, when I asked him, he said he went and looked.
That's a fact.
And so when he said he couldn't find them, I did what I needed. I left out of their home. And like I said, 5 minutes later, he come back out with the keys. And they didn't come back outside anymore until the police came. Because at that time, police were called because we were looking for his wallet. And then they went to the door. But other than that, when they sent the keys out, they locked everything. They didn't want nothing to do with what was outside that door. So that right there is, when you lied to me, it killed all trust in anything you had to say.
All right, I'm going to take the last four. 1, 2, 3, 4.
The young lady who had her
Yeah,
hand up.
okay. Go ahead.
Maria Campanodi with CNN. Two questions for Attorney Crump, just to get some clarification on the timeline of the events. When was Nolan last seen and by whom? And the second question is, who first reported Nolan missing and when?
Well, and I asked his mother to also assist on the second question. But as it's conflicts, you know, the young woman say that he went and got back on the boat with the boys. The boys say no. He said he was going to stay with her. And that's a conflict. And the troubling thing is if they're saying, well, he made the decision to stay behind, would an 18-year-old college student say, go ahead without me, I don't want my cell phone or anything? It just doesn't add up. And so that, around that 3 o'clock time, seems to be the last time that we have those statements. However, as Christine said, they're suggesting that they didn't leave to 4:30 though. So, you know, if you said you were leaving at 3, why did you left at 4:30? And where was Nolan for that hour? And talking
Israel.
about, I think she was asking about the cell phone. What was your? Oh, I answered last scene. I thought you said something else.
I think authorities.
Oh, the missing. Okay.
So, his friend contacted me, it was around 11:07.
Okay.
And then I called my friend to ask her had she seen him, because that would be the only other place I would think he would go if he were back on land. And so then when she told me no, she was like, don't worry, I'm going to look for him. And that's when we got on the phone. First I called, it was either the county or Ocean Springs. It was either one of them, but whichever I called first, I was directed to call DMR. Because so DMR, if I'm not mistaken, they handle cases with the island or the water in that area. So the young lady took the information down. She's like, I'm going to give you a call back. I said, okay. So when she called me back, she explained to me, she was like, you know, I've spoken with the Coast Guard, which his friend had contacted the Coast Guard. Warren had contacted the Coast Guard to report Nolan missing as well. So I'm on the phone with the DMR, he's calling Coast Guard. And she said, I spoke with Coast Guard, and you know, you're gonna have to complete the report with, I think it was Ocean Springs. So we go down to the Ocean Springs Police Department. We're told because it's a jurisdiction issue that they can't file the missing police report. Jackson County ends up, the Sheriff's Department ends up calling me back, I think if I remember this correctly, and she was calling to check to see were they able to do it. I told her no, they couldn't do it. The young lady on the phone and the officer at Ocean Springs Police Department spoke. He explained to her why Ocean Springs Police Department could not complete the missing persons report. She said, okay. He gives the phone back. She's like, look, I'm just gonna go ahead and do it so there's no more back and forth. So my husband and I, we met an officer in the McDonald's parking lot. I think at this point it's maybe around 12. Don't quote me on that. But we explained to him, you know, what he looked like, age, all those things. Last time he was reported seen, which again, by his friend, he said that the last time he physically saw him was at 3 p.m. and they were getting ready to leave the island.
Israel Rodriguez with the U.S. Sun. Have you been able to gather additional information made by Warren's mother, Ashlee Cole, on social media, where she said the group left the island after they experienced trouble with the boat and that the boat began taking in water?
And your question is what directly? We know she made that statement.
Have you been able to gather additional information on that?
No, we have not.
And if they did, they ain't finna tell you.
Thank you. Kevin Ortega Rojas with Here's Why News. I was hoping that the family could clarify Nolan's relationship with the young men that he traveled to the island with. We've heard different accounts of how long he's known them, and I was wondering also if you folks have spoken to those families since they lawyered up.
High school friends.
Is when we
Yeah.
Say the second part again.
Have they talked to the families? No.
I haven't spoken.
Last question.
They haven't spoken to the family.
I stand here as a cousin, a first cousin of a victim. In 2020, he went out with his friend and the mother, who was white, and he went missing.
Uh-oh.
He was found dead, deceased, in a field behind her house.
Uh-oh. I want to hear how this is going to turn out.
She was arrested. She was charged with failing to report a missing child and contributing to the delinquent of a juvenile. So your story is very familiar. Your pain, I feel it. And I will continue to advocate. I'm an activist and I go all across the world. But today I'm here because I stand with you as a cousin of a victim. I know what you feel when you don't get justice and the system is up against you.
I can't stand when the frog come in the throat.
We will follow up, and when we're ready to formal announcements. Again, the funeral service is not to pump religion, it's to seek justice and unity. And we want everybody, black.
Look how they shut that down real quick. Oh, look at them, did the tap dance McGrants. Uh-oh, you see he shut that down real quick when she started talking about the white people killed her cousin. He did it that fast.
Black, white, everybody to come and extol what this young man represented. It's not a protest rally. It will be to really lift up the spirit of this young man and to stand with the family. If we have to do protest rallies, that'll be announced at another time. But the funeral services is to talk about how Nolan was a great young man to his family, and we're there to comfort them. Thank you for your time. Let us.
Yeah, that one right there, fam. Well, as y'all see, Ben Crump took that one over real quick. He let them say a little something. He basically let them say what they said on the last interview. It wasn't really nothing new. Nothing new in my opinion. But shout out to Brian Williams, man. He was like, and this is only one of the videos that I could actually feature him on because he do a lot of cursing. But he was talking about the cops.
Here comes a hot take. We need to completely clean house with police departments in southern states. They don't care about black people. In fact, they're the ones killing them. We're having black people hung, dismembered, drowned to death on 4th of July, and shot for buying diapers at Walmart. Now, I know it's nothing new, but it seems like ever since Orange Boy got back into office, they're doing it open in everybody's face. The police just keep saying no foul play, when clearly the whole situation smells foul. And all this stuff seems to be happening in the southern states, the Floridas, the Alabamas, the Mississippis, the Georgias. What is going on down there? You know, somebody told me before that there is people in the South who think that the Civil War is still on and they have a chance to win it.
Act like it.
I thought they were crazy, but apparently I'm the crazy one. I mean, honestly, it makes sense that it's still going on if you consider Juneteenth. Juneteenth, for those of you who don't know, is 2 years after slaves were freed. The Army Rangers had to go down into the South and make the plantation owners give up their slaves because they wouldn't give them up. They never told them that they were free. They just continued to do what they were doing and continue to treat black people the way that they treated them. Multiple times we had to go down into the South and correct what they were doing. That's what Dr. King was doing down in the South, just in the 60s and 70s. So if we take that into consideration, that the South really never gave up racism, we literally had to tear it out of their hands. Fast forward to 2026 with Donald Trump in office, and now people are going missing and people are being shot and people are being killed. Specifically black Americans. But no foul play, don't worry. The Southern Police Departments let us know it's no foul play. Keep moving on, nothing to see here. Black people, protect yourself. Because racism is making a bigger comeback than Tom Brady did 28-3.
Very interesting. just as like a little update on Ashlee Cole, which is what's his name? Warren Hudson's stepmom. Just a little update on that real quick.
Secret Service Sam here with a Nolan Xavier Wells update. Now, Ashlee Cole, one of the mothers of one of the boys, has made another Facebook post. She said, "We have decided that we will not be speaking to the press at this time. The media is not the appropriate forum to further elaborate on the facts of July 4th, 2026. We realize that the truth will not stop the calls for the unaliving of our small children. We have not had the opportunity to speak to the Wells-Wansley family or their attorney. However, we are willing to directly communicate with attorney Ben Crump and the Wells-Wansley family. We will provide them with all the information known to us so their family can rest and properly mourn. We also want to know what happened to Nolan. We will do everything within our power to assist Nolan's family in their quest for answers." Now, as you can see, she has several different messages. I've seen some of the threats. That's disgusting. I don't condone any of that. I've had those myself, and they're terrifying. But again, it's just they're throwing a lot of suspicion on them by continuing to operate in this manner. It just, when you see the social media posts leading up to the boys deactivating their accounts, it's just nothing seems that genuine and doesn't convince us that there is just not something suspicious or nefarious going on. Again, who leaves their cell phone on a boat when you are on an island in the middle of nowhere? You just don't do that. Why did the mother have to track down the cell phone to get it from them? It's just, a normal person would volunteer all this. They would be out there on their boat looking. They would not leave without him. They would go back on the boat to find him and do anything if they truly cared about their friend. Let me know what you guys think in the comments.
Yeah, I totally agree. My man Sam always coming with the facts. This totally has nothing to do with this, but did y'all see this? Did y'all see this man in this park, man? And this bison gave him to work. Did y'all see that? I be scouring the internet. Y'all already know. I be putting little videos to the side. Did y'all see that?
Everyone's bison! Look out! Bison! Look out! It was like watching a bulldozer move out at 45 miles an hour.
Photographer Mike McLeod recorded that video but stopped and ran to help.
And when you approach this man, how is he?
He was in a lot of pain. He was conscious, I think, the entire time. It sounds like he has a broken leg in several places. The doctor said that he probably would recover, but it's going to be a long recovery.
This incident, the second in just 2 months at the park. In June, a 12-year-old was also hurt by a bison. The National Park Service says people should always stay more than 25 yards away from them and to run away if one charges.
Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that little bison joint? I thought I'd just break it up a little bit. That bison joint, man. Did you see the way that he flipped cuz in the air like that, man? Look how high that man. Look how high that
Recover, but it's going to be a long.
Oh, look how high cuz is in the air, man. That's not even cool, man. That make you think twice about camping out in the wild. I don't know about y'all, but man, dog, that is great. Even the animals don't like their ass. For real. Straight up. That, oh man, I had to do it. Now, somebody was saying something about the judge that I was saying the whole time about how Shorty's like a little narcissist. It's like kind of like putting this whole thing together, and I think she ruined it. Here go. I haven't seen this picture, I don't think, with them together. Matter of fact, I seen the picture on the internet, but they sliced it up. I didn't even know he was in this true picture with her. It's interesting.
a legal authority figure. She has a lot of power, a lot of control. State attorneys, judges, these are the people that run the county. These are the people that make up all the rules, all the regulations. These are the people that regulate the police, that regulate the district attorneys, ex-party communication through lunch meetings, and so forth. So I found her, saying she's concerned about her son not to be problematic, or saying, she needs privacy not to be problematic. She went into the factual statements and the factual allegations that Warren Hudson stated to law enforcement and published that so the whole world could see it. So I found that to be egregious behavior given the fact that she's in charge of the people that's in charge of conducting an investigation. So I said, Ashlee Cole, a sitting Mississippi chancellor judge, publicly commented on the Nolan Wells investigation while identifying herself as a judge. I believe the public deserves an independent review on whether that conduct complied with the Mississippi Code of Judicial Conduct. I actually have a change.org petition. I stated to you guys that I was going to post this petition and I was going to make an issue. And right there in the petition is the screenshot of her post and the screenshot that shows on her public Facebook profile that she is a judicial official. So far, this change.org petition has gotten 422 signatures. I posted it like less than 12 hours ago. So it's organically gaining traction and people are just looking at a brief overview of what they're signing. I want to make it very clear that I have that change.org petition to be forwarded to Tate Reeves. He's the Mississippi governor, the Senate, as well as Benny Thompson in the House of Representatives for Mississippi in the Mississippi Supreme Court. These are the decision makers tied to this petition. Now, because I know how processes run and what you got to do, the first line of business is anybody in the public who sees a judge violate their sworn oath of office, no matter what state you're from, as long as you are a citizen, you can go ahead and report that judge. So in addition to that change.org petition, here is what I specifically reported to the Judicial Commission, who is the underbody of those authority figures that are going to be looking at the change.org petition. I said, dear members of the Mississippi Commission on Judicial Performance, I respectfully submit this complaint requesting that the commission investigate whether Chancellor Judge Ashlee Cole violated the Mississippi Code of Judicial Conduct through her public statements regarding the ongoing investigation into the unalivement of Nolan Xavier Wells. This complaint is not intended to question Judge Cole's right as a parent to love and support her son. Rather, it concerns whether a sitting judicial official may publicly use her platform while identifying herself as a judge to present factual assertions regarding an active criminal investigation involving her own child in a manner that undermines public confidence in the judiciary and creates an appearance of impropriety. Background: Judge Ashlee Cole serves as a chancellor for Mississippi's 16th Chancery Court District. Her public Facebook profile identifies her by judicial office and position. Following the tragic disappearance and unalivement of Nolan Xavier Wells, Judge Cole published multiple lengthy public statements on Facebook concerning the investigation. These statements were made in less than 48 hours, first 48, hint, hint, while the investigation remained active and while her son, Warren Hudson, had been interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department concerning the events of July 4th, 2026. Judge Cole's statements were subsequently republished and amplified by national media outlets, including the Shade Room, thereby reaching a substantially larger audience while she was publicly identified as a Mississippi Chancellor Judge. Public statements. Rather than limiting her comments to condolence or requesting privacy, Judge Cole publicly addressed substantial factual issues related to the investigation. Among other things, Judge Cole publicly stated that her son cooperated fully with law enforcement. Her son last saw Nolan Wells at approximately 3 p.m. on July 4, 2026. Warren Hudson and others departed Horn Island around 4:30 p.m. because their boat was taken on water and experienced a pump issue. Nolan Wells Wells voluntarily chose to remain on the island and planned to return later with another group of friends. Her family had not impeded or attempted to interfere with law enforcement's investigation. She criticized social media commentary as clickbait. She announced that her family would no longer speak with the media while continuing to publicly comment on the matter. Most notably, Judge Cole expressly acknowledged her judicial office by stating, "Yes, I am a judge." She then continued discussing the investigation and defending her family's involvement. Ethic concerns. Although judges retain First Amendment rights, judicial office carries ethical obligations that often require greater restraint than that expected of a private citizen. By publicly discussing disputed facts surrounding an active death investigation involving her own son, while simultaneously invoking her position as a judge, Judge Cole created, at minimum, an appearance that the prestige of judicial office was being associated with her family's narrative of events. Whether intentional or not, these statements carried greater weight because they originated from a sitting chancellor judge rather than an ordinary citizen. The issue presented is not whether Judge Cole intended to influence the investigation, but whether a reasonable member of the public could perceive that. The prestige of judicial office was being used to lend credibility to her family's account. The judiciary had aligned itself with one version of disputed events. Her judicial status could affect public confidence in impartial administration of justice. The integrity of the judiciary depends not only upon actually impartiality, but upon the appearance of impartiality. Mississippi Code of Judicial Conduct. I respectfully request that the commission determine whether Judge Cole's conduct is consistent with the following provisions of Mississippi Code of Judicial Conduct. Canon 1 requires judges to uphold the integrity and independence of the judiciary. Public commentary by a judge concerning an active criminal investigation.
Man, whoever did this went all the way in on him. This ain't no Chat GPT right here. They might have had a little help, but they still had to craft it.
Investigation involving her immediate family member risks undermining public confidence in judicial neutrality. Canon 2 requires judges to act at all times in a manner that promotes public confidence in the integrity, impartiality, and independence of the judiciary. Judge Cole's public dissemination of factual assertions regarding the investigation may reasonably cause members of the public to question whether the judiciary's is impartial. Canon 2B prohibits judges from allowing family relations to influence judicial conduct and prohibits lending the prestige of judicial office to advance the private interests of family members. Judge Cole repeatedly identified herself as a judge while publicly defending circumstances involving her son and presenting factual assertions favorable to his involvement. The commission should determine whether these actions improperly associated the prestige of judicial office with the family's interests. Canon 3B9 generally discourages judges from making public comments concerning pending or impending proceedings that could reasonably affect their fairness or outcome. Although the precise procedural posture of the investigation may determine the canon's applicability, Judge Cole publicly discussed factual matters directly related to an active law enforcement investigation that could foreseeably become the subject of criminal or civil proceedings, as it is civil proceedings. The commission should determine whether these public statements were consistent with the judicial restraint contemplated by Canon 3B9. National decimation. Judge Cole's statements were not limited to a private audience. National media outlets, including the Shade Room, republished the statements while identifying her as a Mississippi Chancellor judge. As a result, her comments reached an audience far beyond her local community, substantially increasing the likelihood that members of the public would associate the authority and prestige of judicial office with her family's public narrative.
Damn. They put it, they didn't do that. Well, we already know what the Shade Room and all of them do anyway, but damn, boy. I like this kind of work, boy. This kind of work excites me.
Reason for investigation. I respectfully request that the Mississippi Commission of Judicial Performance investigate whether Judge Cole's conduct violated the Mississippi Code of Judicial Conduct or otherwise created an appearance of impartiality inconsistent with the high ethical standards expected of Mississippi judges. Specifically, I ask the commission to determine whether Judge Cole improperly used or appeared to use the prestige of judicial office in connection with matters involving her immediate family. Judge Cole's public statements undermine public confidence in the impartiality and integrity of the judiciary. Judge Cole's comments concerning an active death investigation were consistent with the ethical obligations imposed upon Mississippi judges. I recognize that judges, like all citizens, have personal issues and family obligations. Nevertheless, judges are held to exceptionally high ethical standards because public confidence in the judicial system depends upon both actual impartiality and the appearance of impartiality.
Yep.
For those reasons, I respectfully request that the commission review Judge Cole's conduct.
Hey, that's the same thing that's getting Judge Roach recused too, because he went on that little press run and said something like to the effect that Carmelo Anthony learned his lesson. This is the same thing, speaking out of turn.
And take whatever action it deems appropriate under Mississippi law and the Mississippi Code of Judicial Conducts. Thank you sincerely, Denot Ricketts. Okay. This is how you actually make substantial change in places that it needs to be.
Yeah.
Jackson County, Mississippi is known for systemic racism.
Yeah.
Did we forget about Trey Reed, the black student that was hung at Delta State University over there in Mississippi as well?
Mm.
It just got swept under the rug. There was no ambulance chases behind that getting a second autopsy. They just accepted the fact that this boy was in a tree hanging, and they said he climbed up there by himself and hung himself with a rope. Sound like a frat hazing to me is what it sounded like. A whole bunch of people involved.
Hey, I'm gonna keep it real. When he said that, though, check this out. It seems pretty funny, man, but it seemed like it was a ritual all around the country on some real stuff, like for real. Like it seemed like they little hive, little bee minds was on murder, death, kill for the 4th of July. Like for real. And I already think we ain't dealing with some humans. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you look black people, we don't know if they got some sort of innate little way of communication, because it's like, how they always the same kind of racists everywhere. It's 50 states in this joint and it's the same kind of racism everywhere. How is that? How is they all the same kind of racists and do all the same kind of racist stuff? They all doing dogs, they all this, that, and the third, where like doing something at their job. The white lady breaking bones, little black baby bones, and EMTs are shooting people up with all type of stuff. Like like the dude that just happened, they ran up on him and shot him up with a whole bunch of ketamine, and like they're always doing something. And it's like they're always doing the same thing. Like, that video I played the other day when the white dude was so-called revealing, like, yeah, they did it and the reasons why, right? Yep, the 250 probably got something to do with it, for real, on some satanic ritual type crap. But the dude said something really that I picked up on. He might have been saying that to get aroused and get a rise. True indeed. But he was telling the truth. But he did say that they have a meeting every Sunday. And he was basically talking about church. That's what it is, y'all. They, at their church, they telling them something else. They sermons is something different. That's what's going on at their church, is what I'm saying. Yeah, because they evil too. I mean, we can't cut that out. That's what I think. Oh yeah, I think you're spot on. Just a quick question. I've seen a lot of people pour in here in the last little minutes. Did y'all ain't get no notifications, or y'all just happen to see me live and just popped in? real quick. Because I know y'all notice, man, I'm trying something. When I don't do that up and down orientation, all the racist trolls don't come in. We had a few, you know what I'm saying? But I notice when I don't do that orientation, all the racist trolls don't flow through. But also when I don't do that notification, they don't give y'all the notification, the horizontal, or I mean, I'm sorry, the vertical. They don't give y'all the they don't get the notifications like it be. It don't be like super pack. I've been trying something for the last. Just happened to see the channel. See, that's what I'm saying. Man, I gotta do all of these tricks. Like I gotta push the stream out on six different joints just to gain what I'm supposed to gain. But yeah, I know it's real talk. Also, I was speaking about the other day though, real quick, is man, these people still got a thirst for what they used to do back in the day. The people that we dealing with now was little kids watching them, like especially like all the elders. Like I'm sorry to say, y'all, like I don't be giving them white old elders no slack because y'all was definitely potentially at the damn picnic. Oh, this your first time, Tanya? Well, welcome to the family. Girl, you talking like you been around forever. I appreciate your engagement. Girl, you been over there cooking too. I'm like, oh, she been on over here. Well, that's what's up, baby girl. I appreciate you tapping in now. Where you tapping in from? Jack, I've been seeing you tapping in, getting it in. My man Money Mike over there in the cut, always supporting. But yeah, man, I don't y'all if y'all think about it, man, them let's see, I'm like 45. Actually, I'm a little older than that, but whatever. See, California in the house. I'm 46. So people like 65, 75, them some before the civil rights era type individuals, right? Or even on the cusp of it. Like especially if they was born in actually I forgot. It's getting a little older. So now we more like 75, 85. Them ones was teenagers and all of that during that time. Like throwing rocks at Ruby Bridges when she was trying to go to school time, that kind of time. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I don't be giving them no slack. Matter of fact, I look at them ones even funnier. So we are our generation. Oh, that's what's up, Win. You know, actually, I appreciate that, man. You make me I appreciate you tuning in and tapping in. That lets me know that, you know what I'm saying, a young brother is saying something that everybody can learn from. I appreciate you tapping in, Win. Thanks for divulging the information. But so Win, you know what I'm talking about then. Cause you like right there. Right? You was like a baby coming up out of that. Like you probably was real. You popped off in the 70s, huh? You popped off in the 70s. 75, you was live, something like that. You was live in 75, huh, boy? Man, listen. Them 75 to 85-year-old white people, them is the ones, man. Yeah, I'm sure you have. I'm sure you have, man. I'm sure you could probably lace us with some game too. That's why I am like I am, y'all. That's why I got the little knowledge and wisdom that I do have. Most of my friends was old as hell when I was young. I always kicked it with the older cats. Matter of fact, man, I mean it was a good and a bad thing. Life is life. Stuff happens. But when I got in ninth grade, all my friends was juniors and seniors. But I went to the prom 4 times. I went every year. I went every year. I went to prom freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior. Had a ball. I don't know about other people, but I was in the mix. Dang, fam. That's historical. See, man, that's what I'm saying, man. You never know who watching the Keep It P podcast, man. That kind of let me know that I'm on the right track there, sir. So I appreciate that. But I ain't gonna hold y'all. I'm a moja, foja, and scoja about being on code, and you know I got 4 words for you. I need you. Hold on, let me move this out the way. You see, I gotta go bald now, man. I ain't got that FBA hairline no more, man. I never even really thought that I'd look good bald too. Like I cut it off and I was like, it don't look too bad. Yeah, who said that MLK was a plant? Yeah, I could believe that he started off noble and probably remained noble, but was tricked into some of the ways and some of the rules because he wasn't aware of how white supremacy worked. You know what I'm saying? Like they get over. But notice though, when he woke up, they offed him. They got him on up out of here. Right? I mean, you know, one thing we can't worry about is yesterday and tomorrow. All we got is today, y'all. So try to be the best person you can be. Was you on code today? Did you speak out against anti-black racism? Did you speak out against cooning? Did you put your brother or sister up on some game? Did you, you know what I'm saying, come to the aid and assistance of some of your family? Right? That's really what kind of stuff is in that on code handbook that we got. We really took some time out to think about some things to put in the handbook, like them products that we got at the bottom, like that stuff is actually real, right? The definitive guide to staying on code and the stay on code handbook digital download. You know what I'm saying? Like this whole little pack you can get for 30. The DVD, the album, the book, and then the kits. But we really did put some thought into here. Matter of fact, let me show y'all. We really did put some thought into the literature that I wanted to disseminate to the people. Like just for instance, this ebook, the definitive guide to stay on code, it says, we didn't write this book to entertain you. We wrote this book because too many foundational Black Americans are drifting mentally, economically, politically, and culturally. On code is just a phrase. Isn't just a phrase. It's a survival mechanism. And this is a current climate of anti-Black racism, economic warfare, media propaganda, and cultural theft. Being off code isn't just dangerous, it's deadly. Where did we lie? It said we spent years in the trenches, from the mic of Keep It P podcast to the streets, boardrooms, and family cookouts, calling out coonery, decoding white supremacy, and amplifying real voices of Black America. Not the celebrity puppets, not the tether import projects, but us, the foundational Black Americans, who's built the country from the ground up with no blueprint or no brilliance. This book is for the ones who refuse to be fooled, bought, or silenced. It's for those who, so the hashtags don't equal liberation. And that no extreme savior is coming. We are the answer, and we always been. We wrote this to put the code in your hands and the missions in your minds. Let's get real. Let's get organized. Let's get on code. Woo! I had to craft that one. I had to craft that one. That look at that. The survival manual for foundational Black Americans to stay on code. You see that on code? Mastery the mindset, recognizing the tethers, and protecting the lineage. I'm talking about we really went in on that one. That and the on some real talk, that one I'm really proud of. And then also hold on. That one, and then also the DVD is pretty nice too. On some realness, the DVD is pretty dope. We put the DVD together, man. It's pretty long. It's about 40 minutes. The DVD is about 40 minutes. So it's a little something in there, the little on code FBA full survival kit. Go holler at that. Y'all already know that we got them classics like Cut the Check for Foundational Black Americans. Like we coming to Washington to get our check. And then you also know we got the standard like FBA Joan. You know what I'm saying? On the FBA side of the game in the various colors. You see what I'm saying? Wear it if you ain't scared. I always say it with your chest is the brand. You know, you mad you mad because I'm foundational, you know what I'm talking about? Or like the standard issue was always a dope one. But anyway, you know, I got to show y'all the products. The code for those, if you use the code LOVE, you get the code LOVE, you get free shipping on your order. If you use the code TWOFER, you get $3 off your order when you check out. So I did try to slide a little in there for you. You know what I'm talking about? But other than that, I ain't gonna hold you, but I'm emoji fold you and scold you about being on code. And you know, I got 4 words for you: love, peace, blessings, and aloha. I'm out the Doha for Shoha. You already know. Yiga-dee. You dig?